Check, 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 check. Check, check, check. Can I hear myself talking? Hello. Let me know if you can hear me. I'm going to make sure my audio is working. Just, oh, never mind, answered my own question. I sound very quiet. Yes, you can. I will put you on the list. You're welcome. Just going to wait a second here for some people to jump in on the chat, and then we will begin in just a moment. I've been well. How are you? How is your week going? How is it out there in the crazy world? It's been a hot minute since I've jumped on, so some people may not have their notifications turned on. Here they come. I guess it just takes them a minute. Hello is here. Curly is here. Happy Thursday indeed. August has been okay. I can't complain. I cannot complain. A lot to be grateful for. How about you guys? How is August going for you guys? How's 2026 going for you guys so far? I'm guessing there's probably a little bit of a delay in my voice and then what you guys are hearing. Crazy. What's been going on that's crazy? Lots of surprises too. Well, I guess as long as they're good surprises, right? There she is. Happy belated birthday, Miss Genio. Happy belated birthday. How are you doing, my friend? How are things going in your world? Do I like surprises? I like surprises that I like good surprises. I think that's everybody, right? Like we all like good surprises. All right. Now we have some people coming in. I guess we can let the games and the festivities begin. Where did my cards go? I'm losing my mind. I think. Okay. What did I do? Where did I put my cards? The ones that were just in your hands, Eddie. What did you do? What is wrong with me? This is what happens when you get old. You get old, you be an old fart like me. You start losing your mind. Can't remember things. You know where things are, where you just put them. Okay. This is really weird. I literally just had them in my hand. What is going on? Wait. Yeah, it's me. I'm dumb. Never mind. It's just me. What is going on down here now? Everything's going to be a pain in my butt tonight. Why? Well, you guys get to watch the Three Stooges. I'm all three. All three Stooges wrapped up in one human being. All right. Twins Pika. Is that like a play on words for Twins Peak? Twins Peak? All right. So we will get going. We have some people here. Hope you guys are all doing well tonight. As long as nothing needs to be taken out of my butt. Not tonight. No suppositories. I might need a suppository. That might be what I need. Probably need a suppository. Some type of witchcraft suppository supplement. Stick it up there and help me with something. With something. All right. I just need one more. One more. There we go. Thank you. This is good. All right. I like this. I like this for everybody. Yes, somebody's getting anal probed. And I feel like Jean, hopefully you got some of that for your birthday. I hope you got something good like that for your birthday. Ashley just walked in on a shit show and she's like, I don't understand. We don't understand either, Ashley. You just got to stick around. It'll make sense. The longer you stay, the longer you stick around, the more it'll start to make sense. Trust me. I promise you. It always starts off like this, and then it only gets better from here, hopefully. Anyway, so welcome everybody. I randomly and spontaneously decided to jump on tonight, and it's good to wait, what? Take those rude comments off your channel. I've been booted off before and I don't say anal probe. Well, you in the wrong you on the wrong channel. You in the wrong tarot reading. That's PG. That's PG for my channel at this point. But hey, I get it. If there's anybody else that has any issues with adult related topics or humor, this is fair warning for you. You're probably not going to like it. You're probably not going to like me. You're probably not going to like my crew. Probably not going to like what we do here. Anyway, so yeah, hope you guys are doing well. It's been a hot minute. I'm glad to be here with you guys tonight. I'm not gonna do a whole lot of yapping. Trying to. It's been a minute, but I've got a lot going on and had a lot going on, and but here to answer your guys' questions tonight and do all the things. And so we'll just get into it. I do have a list of you guys. I haven't forgotten any of you all, and I'll try to get to all of you. Any information you guys need to know is in the description box. And if you're like super impatient or just die hard, you want a reading ASAP, the donation links, all the things are in the description box for that. And with that being said, we will just go ahead and jump in. I'm just going to do a quick collective reading for all of you guys. And before I got on here, I was already feeling, I was trying to kind of tune into like what is it that we all collectively need right now the most. And obviously that's going to be different from person to person. In your own life, like we all have our own things going on, but like collectively, if there's one thing that we all probably need to be doing better, what is that thing? And so the message that I got before I got on here that I wanted to share with you all really has a lot to do with focus. And so it's so easy, and I'm speaking for myself, it's so easy to get caught up in our routines and life and all the doings of life And it's hard to remember that we are the creators of our own reality. And I assume that if you are somebody that's into this sort of thing, you're here for a tarot reading, so obviously you believe, um, and I'm assuming you probably believe in some woo-woo stuff. I don't think it's woo, I think it's just real. But my point is we get distracted, and life is full of distractions, and where our attention goes, our energy follows. And most of us are living a habituated pattern of just doing the same thing every day. And that's not necessarily a bad thing if you like what you're doing. But if there are things in your life that you want to be different, or things that you wish would be different, or you're looking for change, or you have unfulfilled desires in your life, then thankfully, our creator, whatever you believe that to be, gave us the power to change it. We all have the power to create our own reality. But the question is, are we doing it consciously or unconsciously? And I think more than ever, we're living in a time, like if I had to just, and it'd be really hard for me to say what I think the number one problem is, like spiritually speaking, but if I had to choose, like maybe top three, I would say distraction is probably up there. I think distraction is kind of the new epidemic that everyone's facing. And, we're either using look, we're all powerful creatures, we're all powerful people. And we're either using our power to create the lives that we want, or we're using our power to create the lives that we don't want. And we're either doing that consciously or we're doing that unconsciously. And that's a fact. And so what we want to do is we want to be conscious, we want to be aware, and we want to take control of our lives and understand the power of our attention, the power of our focus. And so the message that I got before we're even getting into these cards or anything is more of like a reminder for myself and for whoever out there that this resonates with, that what have you been focused on in your life right now? And are you really, really aware of the distractions? Are you aware of the things that are taking your focus away from the things that you want in life? And how demanding of yourself, and when I say demanding, I mean in a good way. Like, the value of anything is the amount of life you're willing to exchange for it. And so if you want something bad enough, how demanding of yourself are you in your intention to obtain it? Like, how important is it for you to have this thing? Right? And so another way to ask this question is, what do you want? And I could, we all have things that we want in life. And so that seems like a very simple question, but I don't think we spend a lot of time really thinking about it on a deeper level. You might have an immediate superficial answer, if I were to ask you that question, but what is it that you really want? What is actually worth your energy, your time, and your focus? Because I think a lot of the things that we want that we don't have, and perhaps many of the things that you are all here with questions, because people don't come to tarot readings because they don't have, because they have the answers they're looking for. They come because they have questions. You're here to get information, to get guidance. And probably because there's things in your life that you don't have that you wish that you did have. Because if you had the things, you'd probably just be out living your life, not here hanging out with me on this really, really cool tarot channel. You'd probably just be enjoying the life, having all the things. So assuming that there is something in your life that you don't have, or something that you want, then what is preventing you from having it? If you are truly the creator of your own reality, and where your attention goes, your focus goes, energy follows, what is preventing you from having the thing that you want? And what is it that you really do want? What is worth your time, your energy, and your focus? And if you don't have it, why don't you think you have it? And what's distracting you from having it? So what the divine is wanting us to think about and to contemplate is understanding our focus and the power of our focus. And whether you have ever really truly experimented or play around with this, because I would say, I would convince you that this is real from my experience, but I would also say, for those of you that are healthy skeptics like myself, don't take my word for it, put it to the test. And you'll start to discover, just as I have, that, a lot of this shit's real. And our focus and our attention is the most powerful thing that we have. And, everything that we put our attention on is going to magnify and grow and expand, because we're sending energy and intention to the things that we're focused on. The question is, are you intentionally in control of your focus, or is it hijacked because you're distracted and other things are controlling your attention? And, if you're not, if you don't feel like for certain that you're intentionally in the driver's seat of your life, directing your focus on the things that you want, then that's probably half the issue. At least half the issue. Because, life is intended to be a conscious event, because we're consciousness. That's what we are. We are spirits, consciousness inside of a human body, right? So if I was to summarize this, I would simply say, what are you focused on right now in your life? Are you focused on the things that you do want, or are you focused on the things that you don't want? Do you feel, if you're honest with yourself, that you spend most of your time focused on productive things, or do you spend most of your time distracted? Like, if you step back for a minute and you objectively look at yourself and you look at your life, are you consciously participating in the creation of the life that you actually want, pursuing the things that you actually desire? Or are you just kind of drifting through life, doing the same thing the same way every day, because that's just the habituated routine of life? And we all fall into that trap and that pattern at some point. We're creatures of habit. It's just part of being a human. And again, it's not necessarily that there's anything wrong with routines or comfort, those types of things. But if you feel like something's missing in your life, if you feel like there's more, or there's something in your life that you don't have that you're desiring, then, this is when you can start troubleshooting your life from kind of a metaphysical or spiritual perspective. Because I personally believe that that's kind of where, the where everything comes from. Like everything is generated from the invisible to the tangible at some point. I think we've just been trained to believe that everything is 5 sensory only. And the results that we get in life are always 5 sensory only. But I think that's mostly just because we're not consciously aware of we haven't, like, you have to grow spiritually to get to the point to where you realize that's not really true. That's just what they want you to believe when you're connected to the matrix. So anyways, where's your focus? That's the first message. Quick little some side messages here for those of you coming in, and then I'll just jump into the readings and shut up. For those of you looking for love and romance, um, there's some new opportunities coming up for you guys in romance. And for those of you who have maybe been having some struggles in, like, if you're in a romantic connection right now and you've been struggling, then I feel there's gonna be um, some new insights. Like, what's the word I'm looking for? You're gonna learn a lot about your partner, and you're gonna grow, and essentially, the growth that you experience with your partner is going to lead you into almost like a different level of intimacy in your relationship. Um, the second thing, just right off the bat, that I really like about this is it's a lot about possibility here. So you have new cycles here and you have new cycles here. And then you have faith in your dreams and believe in the possible. And it makes sense because technically 2026 is, if you know, numerologically speaking, if I can say that word, it's a 1 year. So this is, we're in the beginning of a whole new 9-year cycle, basically. And that's what this energy is all about. And so if we were looking at tarot cards, it would be the aces. All 4 aces would be 2026. It's about starting new things, the beginning of something. And so what the divine is saying for a lot of you is that you're experiencing a different type of energy. And I don't know if you guys have been picking up on this or feeling it the same way that I have, and maybe some other people who are highly sensitive or empathic, all the things. But you can feel that the world's just not the same anymore. Like there's just an energy, there's a vibe. It's the same world. I mean, yeah, we could say there's always, like, things are always changing in the world, technology, blah blah blah, but it's not that. It's a vibe. It's an energy that you feel, and it feels heavy, but it doesn't feel like anything that I've ever felt before. There's just some type of energy um, that I feel the world collectively, we're all in together. And so I think if you identify with that and you feel that and you experience that same type of heaviness, or just you're somebody that's feeling it feels off, but you can't put your finger on it. And it's not necessarily good or bad, but you notice it. You just know it. And that's Michael Stevens just said the same thing. That's actually what he said is really good. It just feels different. And so whatever word you would have for that, this sensation that you're feeling, it's on purpose. And so for those of you that are tuning into that and you're experiencing that and you're feeling that within yourself, I want to encourage you in that you're supposed to be aware of this, even if other people are not. You're supposed to be curious about it, even if other people are not. It's supposed to be getting your attention, even if it's not getting other people's attention. Because you are somebody who I believe we choose, and again, this is just my opinion, but I'm of the belief that we choose to incarnate into this planet, and that we have kind of a choice in the past that we choose to live, and we have some degree of understanding what we're getting ourselves into in the greater plan of our existence while we're here, what we come here into this life to do and achieve and accomplish. And I think that that this energy that we're in right now is um, it's like we like the world's kind of in a cocoon, and we've been in this cocoon, this weird place, and um, we're not quite out of it yet, but we're getting close. And so for those of you that feel this weird heavy energy, don't ignore it, because you're about to have your time. Like your life is about to make sense. The meaning and purpose of your life is about to make sense. Your whole everything that's happened to you, to your life, everything that hasn't happened to you in your life, like your whole life is about to make sense, because we're about to step into the chapter collectively where those of us who have incarnated here with jobs to do, we have a certain type of spiritual mission or purpose here, like we're being called into our purpose and our mission, um, to help humanity kind of move into this new direction. So um, there's a lot of new that is going to be happening for those of you that are taking your spiritual journey, your personal growth. You're taking this seriously. Like you're not just here for a superficial fucking tarot reading. Um, there's a million other readers out in YouTube land. You know, you can go down to the local psychic. You can go down to the local psychic, you know, and get a tarot reading. It's not like tarot readings aren't what's the word I'm looking for. They're not really like taboo anymore. You know, it's like it's more accepted now. It's kind of become popularized. Um, it's not a thing anymore, like in the past where you know it wasn't really taken seriously or whatever. But it's kind of actually swung to the other extreme, where in my opinion it's not taken seriously enough, and I think it's kind of oversaturated with a lot of superficial and unfortunate. um, I'll just leave it at that. I don't want to get off into a whole other thing. But anyways, for those of you that have been waiting for love and romance, you have love and romance coming. There's opportunities for that. There's opportunities for love and romance and growth, and opportunities for you to meet um, spiritually aligned partners. And I say that specifically spiritually aligned, meaning if you are seeking what's in your highest good, then you can manifest a partner that will be in your highest good. If you're just wanting a relationship just because you want a relationship, or you're in some toxic relationship now that you're not supposed to be in, then this energy doesn't apply to you. Uh, have faith in your dreams, believe in the impossible, and then a new start is coming. This is for those of you that have been holding out for something, whether you know whatever your desire is. You've been working on something, you've been holding out for something, or you've been believing for something, and maybe you just haven't accomplished it. You haven't seen it yet. Um, it hasn't come to pass in your life yet. And so, what the divine is saying is that the opportunity for this is here. Like the opportunity is present, but we're all, every single one of us, we're being called into accountability and understanding that we have to participate in the manifestation of the reality that we're seeking. It's not just going to be handed to you. It's not going to be fortune told to you. Some tarot reader's not going to tell you. You know, it's not like playing the lottery, where it's like, well, maybe I'll get a, you know, I'm going to go to the spiritual slot machine and pull the handle and see if the divine wants to spit out the lucky, you know, gold desire of my heart that I've been waiting for, and just going to spit it out on the silver platter, right? And I don't think that anybody that, at least, I mean, I know there's some delusional people in the world, actually, but I know that none of you in my chat are delusional. So, anyways, um, that's the quick message. I could have said more, but I'm trying to learn to say less and be more intentional. And I know you guys want your reading, so all right. Jean, thank you for helping me as always. So we have Love Life. If you are still here, you can ask your question. I know that you had a question about love. I remember when you first came in, you wanted a love reading, but I will wait. First of all, I'll wait and make sure that you're actually still here in the chat. I'll wait to for you to confirm that you're still here. Oh, there you are. You are still here. Perfect. Can I know what's coming towards me in the love department? Yes, you can. So I have these new fun cards. They're really big, and there's too many of them for me to hold in one hand. So we get to play around with these tonight. So what's coming towards love life in love? I apologize for the glare, but I can't do much about it. Interesting. Interesting, interesting. Let's see what the other side has to say. Well, this came out quick. Virgo. Well, we are in Virgo season. Let's whip the one that fell on the floor. Scorpio. And we have Pisces here. Gemini, karmic partner. All right, so before I even pull any other cards for you, I feel like just because we have this regret card here, we have this reinvention energy, and then we have this karmic partner card here. I'm going to assume that perhaps you're asking about love because either you've gone through a breakup or you've had a situation in your love life recently. You're a Virgo. What's your birthday? Fellow Virgo, you fellow Virgin. Are you a September Virgin or are you an August Virgin? Yeah. September 13th. Okay. My birthday is September 7th, so happy future birthday to you if I don't get to tell you. But back to your reading. So it seems to me that you went through something recently, or I mean, I don't know what, I mean, recent could be subjective, but I feel that it's been recent enough. I feel like there's been some type of ending. We do have the death card here. There's two energies attached to that for me. There's something that ended here. And of course we all go through endings, right? But it's an energy that you're still, it's something that would still be important to you because you're still feeling it, because that's why it's here in the reading. So there's an energy of, there's an absence, I should say, of an energy that you have not completely released or let go of yet. The good news is that things are going potentially can start moving forward for you, and potentially very quickly with the Eight of Wands here. I'm curious about it. Why is it here? But you're not doing yourself any favors. So you're in a way, and I just have to be honest with you, love life, and all of you, because that's how I roll here. I'm going to tell you the truth. I ain't here to bullshit nobody. Excuse me. You haven't been doing yourself any favors here with this Four of Cups energy. Why is the Eight of Wands here? And the reason I say that is the Four of Cups energy is not like, that's not the energy that you bring to the table when you want to manifest something. That's not the energy you bring to the table when you're being intentional about something. And we've all experienced it. And on one hand, it's necessary. And the reason that it's necessary is, like, sometimes we just have to get sick and tired of being sick and tired before, we're sick and tired of being sick and tired. Like, sometimes we have to get to a certain point and reach a certain threshold where we're just kind of tired of the same old shit. And that's what this Four of Cups energy is here for you. You're in this place in your life right now where you're just kind of, I feel that you don't feel very optimistic. I'm just to put it lightly, you don't feel very optimistic about the thing that you're wanting, and that's part of the problem. And down here, I keep forgetting I don't have my old table. I used to have a really big table, and then I got this new setup. But we have the Ten of Pentacles in reverse. So there's again, some type of, it's either a loss of something that you've experienced in the past that you're still holding on to, and part of what's affecting you, this energy here in the Four of Cups, or you've just given up hope. One, the other, or both. But you have the Magician in reverse, which is basically the divine just saying, the only reason that you don't have the thing that you're wanting is, and I have to tell you the truth again, is yourself. You are your own worst enemy in the manifestation of the thing that you're seeking. But again, the good news is that it can change, because you have the power to change your focus and attention. We all do, and things can shift very quickly. And that's why the Eight of Wands is here, because it's about a really quick energy. At the bottom of the deck, you have the Star, which is basically you getting what you want. But before you get what you want, you have to have faith in the thing that you want. And this energy is not an energy of faith. So tell me more about the Eight of Wands. So we have the Queen of Pentacles. So there you are in your reading. That's Virgo. Right on top of the Virgo card. Oh, I can hold on to them. These cards are Russian tarot cards. You have the Ace of Wands. Something new is coming towards you. You've got the Knight of Pentacles. So something stable and solid. And the Queen of Cups here is something that is going to be emotionally appealing to you. And then at the bottom of the deck, you have the King of Wands. So you have somebody coming towards you. Now, I don't know if this is somebody new or if this is somebody old. You might actually have two now that I'm looking at it, because underneath the bottom of the deck, we got the King of Pentacles. Now, it could be the same person. Doesn't have to be two different dudes. It could be the same person, just like you here. Obviously, these two queens are representing you. So it doesn't have to be two different dudes. It could be, doesn't have to be. But you have male energy here that you would feel very passionate about. It's something that would be coming very quickly towards you, or you're going to be hearing from somebody very soon. Why is the Death card here? Now, this is interesting. So you have the Three of Cups. You have the Death card again on top of itself, which is Scorpio energy. And we have Scorpio over here next to the Virgo card. So the Ten of Wands and the Four of Wands. And at the bottom of this deck, and again, I apologize that I don't have a lot of room, but bottom of the deck, you have the Six of Swords and the Ten of Swords. I think that this is somebody, this potentially could be somebody that you had an ending with. This could be somebody from your past, and I hate to be the Mr. Cliche. It could be. Especially with that the Three of Cups and the Four of Wands are very suspect to me for something like that. But if it's not, if it's a new person, then this new person could be somebody that you end up that could be it has the potential to have to turn into something very serious for you. But the important thing for you, the most important thing for you, are these Death cards. And why am I saying that? Because there's two energies that are attached to it that are very important for you. One is the ending, like an energy that needs to die. And it's an energy that, whether or not you're consciously aware of it, it's been affecting you. It's what's been keeping you in this Four of Cups energy, where you've kind of given up. And the divine wants us to be inspired, because to be inspired is to be in spirit. That's where the word inspired comes from, to be in spirit. And so when we are spiritually healthy and we were spiritually connected, then we are in spirit, we are inspired. And we are in an expansive energy where we go out into life with, waking up with the energy of expanding, growing, contributing, giving. It's a totally different energy than contraction, fear, safety, comfort, security, and all of that. And again, a lot of this has to do with our focus, because we are the switch. We're the one that decides which one of those energies we are in by giving our energy to the thing, because what we're focusing on, we're magnifying that energy. So these, out of all the cards here for you, and you have this 10 of cups, by the way, too. So there's obviously, and this is like the most love that you can experience in terms of love and romance. So you have that card here for you. So this is a really good energy. And I just didn't want to forget that. I didn't want to skip over it. But this death card is the most important card, and it's obviously a major. These are all minors. This is a major. It's about you going through a transformation, which part of it's you allowing this old energy to die, whether it's something that happened to you in the past, a disappointment, a frustration, a breakup, a divorce, whatever your story is, whatever the thing is. And I think that if you sat with yourself and you reflected, you'd be able to pinpoint what it is. It would come to you. Because when we inquire, we self-inquire. If we intentionally do it, we get answers. That's where our intuition is. Like it's the high priestess energy. It's just most of us are so distracted and so unwilling to sit in silence with no distractions. Like literally just sit in some fucking silence with yourself and inside of your mind have a conversation with your soul, yourself, and ask yourself, okay, what's holding me back? Why do I feel this way? Like, where, what do I need to focus on, or what do I need to change? What do I need to be aware of? Like, there's all sorts of questions that you can ask and sit in silence and allow those answers to intuitively show up for you. And you'll know the difference of like your mind, because we all have thoughts that your brain's never going to stop. Like, we all have thoughts that are going through our brains all the time. And if you just sit in silent, your brain wants to be busy because that's the world we live in. Like we've all been programmed at this point with so much fucking noise and stimulation, and it's just the world that we live in. Like most of us have gajillions of thoughts going through our brain if you just sit there. And so it's like sitting out by the highway and watching the cars go by. Like that's our thoughts. Well, your intuition isn't your passing thoughts that are just flying by your brain when you're not really trying to think of anything specific. Like your intuition is something that brings something to you, not you trying to go to it. That's the difference. You're just sitting there and then something important just comes to your awareness and it's magnified. It's like front and center. And you weren't thinking about that thing, like that's how you know it's your intuition. Now, if you're having a conversation with yourself, like really that's what all that meditating really is. We think it's like sitting in Indian style and doing like some weird shit. It's like, no, meditating is just you having a conversation with yourself, having a conversation with your intuition to get answers. That's what meditating is. It's just an act of intentionally doing that process. So for you, you're being asked with this death card energy, if you're unsure what it is that's been keeping you in this Four of Cups energy, the divine is asking you to sit with yourself and to inquire so that you get this answer, because it's going to be, what's the word I'm looking for? It's going to be paramount in, you obtaining the things that you're desiring. Because the truth is, you're probably going to manifest this thing into your life, whether you, I mean, I hate to say whether you want it or not, but my point is you've already manifested this. Whoever this person is, whether it's somebody from your past or whether it's somebody new that's coming in for you, you have already manifested this person. And I know that sounds weird, because you're like, okay, well, if I've manifested the person, then why aren't they here? Well, because we don't get to control the timing just because the energy, just because the thing is already done. It's sort of like, getting pregnant. Well, you have a baby in the oven, but just because the baby's in the oven doesn't mean that you get to determine necessarily the exact moment that it comes out of the oven. Like you can know that, okay, yeah. Like, and it's interesting because most women do. Like I feel like women more often than not, at least just based on what I've experienced from the women that I've um, conversed with this about, most of them can say, yeah, I knew I was pregnant before I even got the, before I even bought the pregnancy test to confirm it. It's like an intuitive thing. You just like, your body told you, yep, got a baby. And it's like they know exactly the moment that it happened. Like they know the orgasm that occurred that caused that child, you know, to come into this world. Like they know the exact moment. And to me, it's fascinating. I'm a dude. I'll never know what that experience is like, but it's so fascinating to me how powerful intuition can be about something, and we just don't. A lot of times we don't trust it, and so that analogy for you is something similar. You've already manifested this dude, whoever this guy is, whether it's somebody from the past or somebody from the future. He's manifested, so he's already coming to you. The second energy that's attached to this death card, that's the, you know, to me, I think it's the more important energy, is who is it that you're needing to become and learn from who it is that you've already been. Because who you bring into the relationship whenever this manifestation comes to you is going to be far more important at that point. Because it's one thing to manifest someone into your life, it's another thing to keep them once you have them, right? And so that's why I really believe that's why this 10 of Cups here is here for you. Because the divine is like, yeah, I want to bless you. I want you to be happy, and I want you to have fulfillment. I want you to have your 10 cups. I want you to have the man of your dreams, the man or the woman of your dreams, whatever you associate, no judgment here. Have the partner of your dreams, have the family, the children, whatever it is that you want. Like, that's the purpose of life. The purpose of life is to experience life. And that's why the divine is here to help you, give you, that's why you have those. Where are those desires coming from? They're coming from the divine within you, right? It's the divine fulfilling its desires within itself through you in somewhat of a way. And I know that's kind of that's abstract and deep for a lot of people, but it is what it is. So this transformation that's needing to occur for you, if I'm simplifying all of this, and I know this is a mouthful, but for you, the divine's just wanting you to understand that there's a new you that's required to carry forward your desire. So you can't be this energy. You can't stay this person and receive the new thing. Or as the good book says, you can't pour new wine into old wineskins, right? You can't pour new life into a dead corpse, and I'm not calling you a dead corpse. I'm just using analogies here to describe the energetic state that is affecting your ability to get the thing that you really want. Because it's not just having a relationship that you're wanting, it's the feeling. Because you could have a relationship, right? You could, and I'm not just saying this for love life, I'm saying this for all of you out there. You can manifest a desire, whether it's a relationship, whether it's money, whatever your thing is that you're wanting in your life. You can manifest that thing and still be unhappy. You can still get that thing and think, oh, well, when I finally get this, when I finally get the thing that I thought that I needed and I wanted, I'll finally be happy. And then you'll get it and you'll realize that you're not happy. And, so why is that? Well, because it's not the thing outside of you that determines your fulfillment. It's who you become that just determines your fulfillment. Like, fulfillment is an inside job. Happiness is an inside job. And so if we allow ourselves to transform, and myself included, and become the type of person that can hold the blessing, then we can be enriched by the blessing. We can experience the fulfillment. But we have to become the container of the fulfillment that we want. It's like water or this, my wine glass here. right? It's like without the glass, the wine it can't be held. It's just going to go everywhere. It's the same thing. It's like we become the container that holds the fulfillment that we're seeking. And so we have to become the container, the space from which fulfillment can thrive and remain alive. Otherwise, you know, you're going to learn a not so fun lesson like we all have to learn, which is thinking that, fulfillment is outside of us. Like, well, whenever I have this, whenever I have that, I'll be happy. And then you get the thing that you thought would make you happy, and it doesn't make you happy. So, do you have love coming towards you, or what's coming towards you? You have love coming towards you. You've already manifested it. It's on its way to you. What's more important is who you become between now and then, so that you can enjoy the blessing once you receive it. So I hope that makes sense to you. All right. No, wrong person. Okay. Woo. All right. So hello. You're next, my friend. You can ask your question. Welcome everybody else who might have hopped in. Yeah, looks like a lot of you guys jumped in. You're welcome. Anything important my life partner has to say to me? I'm single. All right. All my cards are so big tonight. Why? All right. Let's see. All right. And one of these. Whoa. Let's not do that. Okay. So the first thing that I'm getting for you right off the bat, my friend, is that the divine is asking you or wanting you to leave something behind. And I think, and again, I'm just going off of the energy that I feel, but I feel like there's something it's been difficult to completely let go of. And I don't know if this is something that maybe you can revisit later, but for now, you're being told to let go of something. Let's see. All right. So, what's going on here? I need to pay attention to my camera. All right. So, whatever this energy is, because the Eight of Cups is really the thing that's pointing out to me more than anything. And what I feel is it may not necessarily be a person or it could be a belief. It could just be uh, an energy that you've been, a funk. There we go. That's the word. Um, like a funk that you've been in for a while. And I feel like there's a lot of you who might relate to this energy where you feel like you've been kind of waiting for some things to change and happen, and that you thought that the things that you've been waiting for to change and to happen were going to change and happen like 2 or 3 years ago, if not longer. Like you've been it's like you kind of like the energy I'm feeling right now was kind of like you got hopeful coming into 2026 where you're like, I feel like this year something's going to be different because the year before that it wasn't, the year before that it wasn't, and maybe even the year before that it wasn't. It could have been, several years of just kind of like, feeling like you've kind of been in this desert, this kind of wasteland energy of like nothing's really been happening in your life, but you've if you've had readings before, um, or if not, it doesn't matter. Like you just intuitively felt like you're either told or you felt or both a sensation that you knew something was supposed to change or it was going to change. Like you felt like there was this change that was coming. And if you were here at the beginning of the reading, I had the cards that was saying a new start. There's a new romantic cycle, and then there was you know uh, a new start is coming. Those two cards are out there, and so you've kind of had this manifestation baking in the oven, and that's tied to this deep knowing card. The deep knowing card is the sensation that I'm describing, that you've intuitively felt that something could be changing, um, or there was definitely there's energy of hope that something was going to be changing. But I think it was more than hope. It wasn't just like you were like, oh, I'm crossing my fingers, I hope that it changes. Like it was something more, like you felt it, like you just intuitively felt like, I feel like something is going to happen, and I don't know, like, there's always that element of uncertainty there, but it's more of like a subtle intuitive bump or nudge, um, that maybe something would happen. And I feel like you've been kind of sitting on that and waiting to see that occur for a couple of years now. And it could be a lot of you out there, not just, you know, um, it could be a lot of you have been feeling that same type of energy. And so what the divine is saying is Yes, that is true, and you're getting very close to it, but, and there's always the big but, we are more often than not the very hurdle, obstacle, challenge, and resistance that is causing us to not get the things that we want more so than anything else. And I don't think I'm going to go out on, I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm not saying this to be judgmental, but I'm going to go out on a limb just based on what I see, especially in the whole YouTube tarot thing. I don't think it's talked about enough. I don't think in spirituality, like whatever topic, whether it's tarot, astrology, whatever the hell, it doesn't matter. It's not talked about enough. Like, we are not talking about the most important issue, which is our responsibility for creating the reality that we're experiencing or not experiencing. And so there's just not enough people out there talking about the solution to the problems that are, really the primary cause of why people aren't getting what they want, which is themselves. And I know that that's not a pretty answer. I know that's not the answer that most people want to hear, but it's the truth, and I'm not excluded from that. My own life is, every time I look at why I had something, it's because I participated in getting it. Like, there's really pretty much nothing that I can think of that was ever just handed to me. Like, even if I trace it back, or even if I thought it was given to me, and I'm not talking about like superficial petty bullshit. I'm not talking about like somebody gave you a gift and you didn't ask for it. I'm talking about major things in life, big deal, important things like, the major themes of my life. I participated in creating all of it. The same thing goes for things that I've lost. Like, I participated in losing those things. And so when I look back over my life, I'm going, okay, I think there's really something to this whole we create our own reality shit. Like, maybe it's not just an idea or a philosophy or just some like woo woo, theory that spiritual people, like, it sounds cool on paper, oh yeah, you create your own reality, blah blah blah. Like, no, it's like, it's real. And we can't change our realities without realizing that the most important thing that needs to change in order for our realities to change, which is us. Which brings me to the Magician card, which is by far my favorite card in the whole, in all 78 cards in the tarot. The Magician card is my favorite card because, to me, it's the most profound card to me. It's the most reassuring card to me, and it's the most exciting card to me, because it's basically the divine telling me, and all of us, all of you, that you get to create your reality and you already have the power to do it. That's the good news. The good news is you already have all the power to manipulate reality according to bend reality to your will. That's why the infinity sign is over the magician's head, and that's why the 4 elements are on the table in front, which represent, the elements, the aspects of self in the material world that we work in. And so the more that you kind of we call or learn to, and come to understand how we are the magicians, the creators of our reality, then the more empowering that becomes. And I'm not asking you to subscribe to this just because that's what the woo-woo people tell you to do in YouTube land. I'm saying be a skeptic. I'm saying put it to the test. Practice it yourself. But you have to be intentional when you practice it, because if you're not being intentional, then you're going to only see certain results, and that's not going to be very encouraging for you in your journey, right? Because if you're not getting results from something, you're going to believe that it's not working, even though it is working. Just like following a weight loss plan. It's like, well, I got this weight, I want to lose weight, but I don't feel like anything's happening. It's like, well, you have to intentionally track your progress. Like, you have to be involved in it intentionally, not when you want to or just here and there. Like, you have to actually measure it. You have to look at it and go, okay, if this shit is real, if this shit is true, and it applies to me and it applies to you, and I can create my reality, and all that's true, then how can I know? Well, you have to pay attention. And the more that you pay attention to it, then the more that you'll see that your intention is absolutely creating your reality. But the same also goes with resistance. So the resistance that we have, just like the reading I did before yours, it's the resistance within us that is creating the resistance between us and the things that we desire. Because everything is energy. And that's deep and fascinating, but it's also super simple. Like, and so in this case, for you, hello, the Eight of Cups represents an energy of dissatisfaction that you've been experiencing that's tied to this orphan card here, which is essentially a scarcity mindset, because it hasn't happened, and you've been believing, and time keeps going by, time keeps going by, and I don't feel like this is the first time you've got a reading like this. But the real reason that you're not seeing the level of transformation in your life that is possible for you is because of this energy that's still living inside of you, which is really tied to this orphan energy, this orphan card energy. There's a part of you, which is why you have surrender to success here. And surrender to success is the opposite of it. It's saying you're living in one energy and you need to switch to the other. You have a belief inside of you that's preventing you from manifesting, magician, the thing that you want. The Three of Wands in the world is basically talking about, the Three of Wands is basically saying, hey, there's a future out here, you can create it, whatever you want. And the World card is like basically saying there's a portal you can walk through. Because and that basically, you know, the life that you've had and you've lived up till now, all that needs to go away. Because the World card for me really, if I could just summarize what it means for me personally, it means things that need to be, things that we've outgrown, things that are done. Like you finish that book, you finish that chapter, like you completed that. You don't have to go back to it. You're not supposed to go back to it. You've outgrown that thing. It doesn't serve you anymore. Like it needs to be closed once and for all. You're done with it, you know. And it has to do with major spiritual themes of our identity. Because to me, tarot is not about prediction. It can be used for that. It's more about understanding the self. And so it's about introspection, inquiry. And so here for you, the issue is your own resistance to the thing that you've been waiting for. And the cool thing is that you have the power to change it. But on the same token, the not so cool thing is that you also have the power to stay living in it. But either way, you're using your wand, like we all are. We all have our magic wand, and we're waving it, you know, and manifesting and participating in creating the realities that we're all experiencing, whether we like that truth or not. It is the truth, whether we want to be in denial of it or not. We're all participating in the realities that we've created for ourselves. That's the good news and the bad news. The good news and the bad news is that we've created the reality that we're experiencing. We participated in it. And so the good news is that we can change it. We had the power to create one reality. We have the power to create any reality. The bad news is that we can also create a reality that we don't want if, we choose not to change it. And so what the divine is asking you to do is the divine is asking you to become more aware of this energy within you that does not believe or doesn't feel that you can have this, or that it's possible for you, or that you're going to have it, or that you're not good enough for it, or maybe it's something deeper. Maybe it's I don't know if I'm lovable. I don't know. Do you love yourself? Do you like yourself? What's the relationship that you have to yourself? What is your self-image? What is your self-worth? And these are very vulnerable and serious questions that, require a lot of honesty and truth and a willingness to look in the mirror. And I'm saying this for all of us, not just you. This applies to all of us. And that can be one of the most scary things that anybody does in life. Because if you really have some deep rooted beliefs about yourself, or deep rooted beliefs that you're not going to get something that makes you feel like you're going to miss out on the very the most important meaning that you associate to life, like love. You feel like, hey, for me, if I felt like I wasn't going to be able to experience love in this life, and that's the most valuable thing that I could ever think of having, then obviously life's not going to feel very meaningful for that person, because they're going to be like, what if I never get to have that thing that I want so bad? And not just from a carnal, superficial level, but from a soul level. There's something inside of your soul that's just telling you, like, this is what I really want. And the reason it's there is because your soul knows what you came here to experience. You incarnated into life to have that thing. That's why you want it so bad, right? But we also come here to learn other lessons. And one of the lessons that we're here to learn is what we're here to create. Because again, once we get that thing, what I've discovered is we grow and we level up and we go to the next stage where it's like, okay, I've got the thing that makes me happy, but then I realize that's not the end of the story. Then I realize once I've achieved the thing that makes me happy, then I have a new call, a new purpose in life, which is to take that energy and go out and give it to share that experience with other people. Now I find I want other people to find fulfillment and happiness for their life. And that gives me the most purpose in life, is knowing that, wow, I have the ability to go out and potentially help other people experience the deepest level of fulfillment. I can contribute beyond myself. So if I'm the creator of my reality, that means I can participate in the creation of helping somebody create their reality. How fucking cool is that? And what if the whole world was doing that? What if the whole world was a bunch of generous fucking people that were using their divine spiritual powers to help everybody create a fulfilling life for everybody? What if we were just all one big, hippie nude colony, like we're just a big nudist hippie colony where we just did mushrooms and we all just manifested each other's fulfillment and realities. Everyone is just pouring into everyone's just contributing and giving to everybody else having fulfillment, right? That would be a pretty fucking awesome world. And the cool thing is we can do that, right? And that's what we're meant to do. That's what spiritual evolution and spiritual maturity is meant to do. That's where it's meant to take us. But we all have to grow through the stages of self first. We have to come to understand ourselves, wrestle through ourselves. We have to come to understand the power that we have to do these things. And then we start gaining momentum. We start manifesting things. We start seeing that this stuff works. Then we start getting things in our life. We manifest things because that's the experimentation. It's okay, let me use my powers to manifest something that I want. Then I get it. It makes me happy and fulfilled. Then I'm like, well, what would happen now that I'm happy and fulfilled and I don't need anything? I can use my powers to give to somebody else. I can help other people with my powers. And I believe that that's the collective contribution that we're all meant to have, every single one of us. And so for you, hello, I know that was a lot and a mouthful, but this isn't the core. This is the core message that I have for you. If I was to summarize all this for you, the divine is saying that this year can be the year that you actually, even though it's already August, it doesn't matter. We still got September, October, November, December. We still got 4 solid months left in the year, and anything can change in a minute. What the divine is saying is that this year can be the year that everything changes. But where you have to draw a line in the sand moving forward is I have to stop looking outside of myself. I have to turn completely inward and look at myself now and see what this is all about. Because I don't know, because the divine is not telling me. Like, if the divine told me, then I would tell you and I would make it easy for you and say, well, this is exactly what the Eight of Cups energy is. This is what the orphaned energy is. And I'd be able to pinpoint right where it is and tell you what to do, but I'm not being told that. So I'm not going to pretend to know. And there's a reason for that, because the divine wants you to go figure it out. The divine wants you to explore, because in the process of doing that, you're going to learn to trust yourself, because your intuition has the answer. It's the high priestess. Your intuition already knows what that thing is inside of you. And I guarantee you, one thing that I know for sure that I can say with absolute certainty is every single one of us here if you hear the sound of my voice and you're in this chat tonight, this I can promise you. You can never learn to trust your intuition enough. Like, I don't care how good you are at it. I don't care how much you trust it already. You can never trust yourself enough. You can never trust your intuition enough. You can never max out on intuition. And I personally believe that one of the problems that almost everyone experiences, myself included, is that we don't trust our intuition enough. We don't trust ourselves enough. Like, the reality is, if we were all connected to our intuition the way that we should be, we wouldn't need fucking tarot cards. You wouldn't need a tarot reading. Tarot cards divination wouldn't need to exist. Like, you would just know. You would get the answers because your soul has all the answers that you already need inside of you. Your spirit knows, the divine knows, you're connected to the divine, whether you think so or not. And you would receive those answers and you would trust those answers, and you wouldn't need anything else. And you'd be like, okay, I feel it. I've received this knowledge. I believe it. I trust it, and I'm just going to follow it. And that's what faith is. Faith is following your intuition without physical or tangible proof of anything that it might be telling you. And so I feel like that's kind of your homework. Hello. I know that was a lot, but I feel like that's your homework. The divine is wanting you to go explore some things within yourself. But the good news is you have the power to manifest and make changes happen this year. You can see results this year. That's tied to this Three of Wands energy. The divine wants you focused on the things that you want, not on the things that you don't want. The divine doesn't want you focused on this negative, I can't have, or lack of, or scarcity mentality, all those types of things. Easier said than done. We all have our beliefs and our challenges. And that's what the world is here to say. The world is like, hey, the reality is you've already outgrown this. You just need to see it. You just need to see, like, oh, I am the magician. I can have this thing. I just got to get out of my own way to have it, and see the part of me that's still here that believes that I can't or that I won't. So anyway, I hope that makes sense. All right, who's next? Oh boy. All right, Curly. My God, I'm gonna have to kick it up. Curly, my friend, you can post your question. She's like, I'm trying to type. Let me type it. My intuition has been so on point lately. That's awesome. Your intuition has been rocking and rolling with you. But you got a question about something, I can feel it. I feel it brewing. I feel like I'm fixing to need this. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. But I'm going to wait. Wait a second for your question. And while we wait for Curly's question, let's bust on these. I haven't used these guys in a hot minute. We got the sun. Ooh, we got the sun. We got the Six of Wands. Hey, Gina. And we got the Queen of Pentacles and the Nine of Cups. So somebody out there's got some really good, something really happy. I don't know who it's for. Well, we have Leo and we have Virgo energy here. Somebody's got some something very exciting. Some really good news is coming in for somebody. So it's a mystery. It's a mystery. I'm gonna leave it as a mystery, but I'm gonna say in the next 2 weeks, somebody out there. So that could be all of you. Keep your eyes open for some exciting, good news coming your way. Can actually potentially be about your job. Somebody might get a recognized or a good review. You might get a raise. Or it might be something else that's really happy and exciting. So my question is, should I proceed with this new treatment that the rheumatologist doctor recommended for me since I'm so sensitive with my body? I get so many side effects lately, and I'm hesitant with the new treatment plan for me, as you should be. I would be also. I don't trust the healthcare industry for nothing. But let's find out. All right, so the first card out is Mastery, but it's not really. I know you can't see. Let me get out of the glare. I'll put it down here. So this lady, she's playing the piano here, Um, you have integration next. Let me get the cards out before I start going out of my spiel here. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, boy. What's more interesting than that is the fact that I'm not paying attention to my cards being straight. OCD. Y'all just call me OCD Eddie. That's my nickname. But y'all don't know that about me. Y'all already know that about me. All right. Actually, let me grab these. All right. So just off the top of my mind here, just going through this, and hopefully this will make sense to you, because obviously I don't know the specifics of your life or what's going on with the doctor. You know, I don't know anything about your health. Is what I'm trying to say. So I'm just gonna give you the energy of I'm going to give you the energy of the card, what I'm picking up, and then, you know, you just tie it to your situation, however you feel that it applies or doesn't apply. So, the energy that I'm getting off this mastery card is like doing your due diligence here. To me, it's really more about like research, and finding the right person, the right professional, because I'm not sure with the energy that I'm feeling right now. I'm not sure that the person that you're currently dealing with is necessarily the best choice. I'm not saying they're the worst choice, but there might be somebody else who is just maybe better for you. There we go. Get that out of the way. All right. So do your due diligence. Do some research here. I'm going to come back to this in a second here, because this has a lot to do with changes that you're going to have to make. This one is the card that came out that was interesting to me, the family card in reverse. There's a few things that this could be. One of the things that I was initially picking up on this energy is to not base your decision off of, actually, no, I want to be careful how I say this. Make sure that the decision that you're making, and I'm not saying that you're not doing this, just to be clear. I'm not saying that you're not making your own decision, but be careful in allowing familiar people, like family members, close friends, to influence you, even if it's accidental. Like if you ask for advice, like you went to a family member or a friend, you say, hey, what do you think I should do? And, you know, even if you ask them for an opinion and they give it to you, the divine is basically saying, hey, I want you to really, like, you know, it's not that you can't hear the advice, but just be careful that you don't you're not making a decision, you're not giving away the decision or making the decision solely based on that. Like, oh, hey, I trust my family, I trust my friend, and if they're saying this is what I would do, then I'm just going to do that. Like, the divine is saying, hey, you need to make sure that you're making this decision, informed decision for yourself regarding this matter. Now, the second thing that I get off this card is this could have something to do with something that's like it runs in your family. That's the phrase. Like, you may have something that maybe runs through your family here. So it's somebody else in your family has had something similar, or it's been genetically passed or whatever. That's the second energy I'm getting off that this family energy here, for whatever that's worth. Now the Earth card is here. It's talking about the body, but it's upright, which is good, which is saying, hey, there's positivity here regarding whatever you're doing. So I think it's more like, if you're concerned about like the overall outcome, it's saying, hey, there's positivity here, as long as you follow the right advice, steps, and all the things. So the building card here is tied to the integration energy, which is tied to the cycles. And now I'm going to tell you, the cycles probably has to do with your hormones, or if it's not your hormones, it's your whatever your, and I don't know, forgive me, I don't know anything about medical stuff. I'm not a medical person, medical terms. Your markers, your blood work, all the things, whatever the things are, that's what this cycles energy is referring to. Like, so the building energy is about a new way of doing something. And so if I was to put all this together for you, and it's kind of hard to do, it's kind of hard to summarize something that's a little bit complex, but I'm going to try to do it. But if I was to summarize all this for you, I would say that you're supposed to look into something, you're supposed to research something, potentially consider somebody else. That's not me telling you, because I'm not here to tell you what to do, and I'm certainly no doctor. I'm certainly not somebody you need to be taking medical advice from, but just something potentially to consider. Go out and maybe speak to a few other people, because I feel like there's a specific person that you have not spoken to yet who knows and believes something about your situation that's different than what other people would tell you. Like, if you're just going to like the mainstream path, you're going to get the same answers from the same doctors telling you the same things. This person sees it and thinks of it differently. And I think that when you talk to this person, and I think this is how you're going to know, going back to what I was saying earlier about us all needing to trust ourselves, you're going to feel resonance with this person. It's like, hey, this person thinks differently. They have a different approach to this. They might have a different, remedy or solution or way to treat it that, is not mainstream, but it's going to resonate with you. But you're going to have to be careful with that family card in reverse, which is not just your family, but influences, because, if you tell people this is what you're going to do, you might get some type of pushback or something, where they're like, they might tell you that seems weird, or don't trust it. Like, it's all about trusting yourself. Like, that's really like the bottom line here. The divine is wanting you to trust yourself, and just knowing that whoever this person is, you talk to them, it'll feel right, even if it seems weird, even if it seems non-mainstream, and even if it seems like the thing that other people would say, I wouldn't do that. That seems weird. Like, does it work? It's not proven. Like all that shit that most people like would throw back in your face and say, hey, like where's the proof? Where's the evidence? It's like, it may not be as popular, as well known, or as tested, or it doesn't have the same whatever, modern mainstream statistics attached to it, or it just may not be as well known. And the divine is saying for you to trust how you feel about it, and even if you feel good about it, then do it, and don't listen to the opinions of other people, or at the very least, don't allow the other people's opinions to talk you out of trusting yourself. That's the most important thing. Don't allow the opinions of other people to talk you out of trusting yourself. Doesn't mean you can't hear their opinion or consider it, but just don't just lean on it over your own intuition and decision making. What else about the situation? Yeah. So here's the issue. The Three of Swords is just describing the issue that's causing you, the ailment itself. Okay, yeah, it's debilitating. So the Ten of Swords here. So it's definitely something that's had quite a negative effect on you with the Ten of Swords here. But the Lover's card is the confirmation of everything I said, because the Lover's card is the choice. It's about making a choice that's aligned with your values. That's really what that energy means. And at the bottom of the deck, you have the Moon, which is about uncertainty, not necessarily knowing what it is, what's going on. But then you have the Knight of Swords, which is about taking decisive action. Like it's also a card of courage. Like, okay, this is what I'm going to do. I know what I'm going to do, and I'm going to go for it. And then you have the Two of Wands, which is about planning and decision making, which goes back to everything I said down here with this Mastery card. And then you have the Ten of Cups, which is awesome, which is like you getting even more than a fulfilling outcome. Like better, basically, the results are going to be better than what you anticipated, better than what you've expected. So, so to answer your question, I think if I was to summarize all this for you, I think what it's advising is to keep doing some research, look for somebody that resonates with you who may have, I'm not saying for sure that it has to be an alternative approach or an alternative method, but it might be. But whatever it is, or whoever this person is, I don't think you've found them yet, but with some research, I think that you will. And I think that as you begin to dialogue with this person, you will feel it in your spirit. You'll feel it intuitively. You're like, okay, this person, I feel the yes in my spirit. I feel the conviction. I just feel the green light inside of me saying, this is the person I need to work with. And as you go through this process of working with this person, whatever the process is that they give you, it's about integrating that process into your life, which is just following, applying it consistently, even if it seems weird, so you can get the result, because it might be something that's not, again, it's not mainstream. So you're like, okay, like if they tell you to do something like, eat these magic ramen noodles that I'm going to give you that came out of like some fucking Mayan temple in, the lost land of Brazil or South America, some South American lost ancient ramen noodle that grows out of the ground down there. And you're like, what am I going to do? Like, this is weird. Like, I don't like ramen noodles. And they're like, yeah, but these are like magic ramen noodles. And you're like, okay, this is like the most bizarre thing anyone's ever told me to do in my entire life. And like, yeah, I know it's weird, and it seems like something really dumb and not complicated, and so it probably seems like it wouldn't fix your problem. But just eat the magic ramen noodles, and trust me, you'll get better. Like, and you're like, okay, I don't know how I feel about that. So what I'm saying is yes, eat the magic ramen noodles, and just do what the person tells you to do, and basically you'll get the result, and you'll be, again, with that 10 of cups here at the bottom, it's going to be like, wow, who knew this shit actually worked? And I kind of went into it skeptical. Maybe some people around me were kind of making me doubt myself about it, because I was like, I don't know, you know, this seems kind of like off the beaten path, or it's like different, but you trust it anyways, and then you get the result. So I don't know what that means, but that's the best that's the message that I have for you about that. And that might be one of the more interesting readings that I've done in a while. I don't do a lot of health. I don't get a lot of health related questions, to be fair. But I like the challenge. Not that it's really should be different. It's just different in my mind, because I make it different in my mind. It's really no different than asking a relationship question or another question. It's just unfamiliar territory to me. Okay. Menopause is terrible. I mean, honestly, I feel for you ladies. I watched a documentary with my girlfriend a couple months ago about perimenopause, and I was actually fascinated, because I was like, you know, I'm a dude and I got a penis, and like I learned so much from watching the documentary, and I was just like, I have so much respect for so much more respect than I had um, for you ladies and the shit that you guys go through. And I'll never know, never experience, and it's a lot. All the changes, it's like your whole life. It's like it never stops. Major, major, major kudos to you ladies, though. I mean, I guess you guys don't really know any different though either, because that's all you've ever known. So to you, it's just kind of, I guess it's normal. But from what I hear, it's not fun. The fluctuations and all the things. So actually, I'm glad you said that, Curly. Um, you just reminded me. I'm glad that you said that just now, because I wanted to remind everybody. I got, I kind of just got off track because I just launched into everything. But I wanted to tell all of you guys, while I'm thinking about it, that and you guys are the first ones hearing it, but coming up very soon in September, um, I'm going the project that I've been working on behind the scenes, and I've mentioned it before. Um, I hate this camera. I don't know why it keeps dying on me and distracting me. Anyway, coming up in September, I'm going to be officially launching my my institute, my big project, which is essentially just a fancy Hogwarts, Harry Potter Hogwarts school and it's not just a school, but a community rather, for people that feel like you're an alien, like myself. Um, it's really for two types of people, and I'm going to be talking more about it officially, like going through it. So I'm not going to go off on a big tangent about it now. I'll officially be announcing it and talking about it in very detail in the next couple of weeks, coming in September. But it's for people who are who feel misplaced in the world. You know, you feel like you felt like an alien your whole life. People who've had, you know, maybe some weird paranormal experiences or unexplainable experiences, or you've just always kind of been in tune with some things you couldn't explain, or things that weren't quote unquote normal. Maybe you're empathic, maybe you're highly sensitive, maybe you hear from dead people, maybe you just experience really weird shit. Um, or you just know you just kind of felt weird and different, and you've known that you're weird and different, and you've never really felt like you belonged or fit in, but you kind of had to mask and, you know, kind of fake it till you make it kind of in life. Then this community is definitely for you. And the second group of people are people that would describe themselves as mystics. And so people that have always kind of been, you've always felt connected to God, the universe, source. You've always been drawn to spirituality or spiritual things. You know, you could be passionate about spirituality, spiritual things. You know, you would consider yourself a mystical type of person. So, you know, it's really those two types of people is who the community is for. The community is completely free. There will be a school element to it, which is designed to help people. And again, this is me just kind of giving a very, very, very superficial, quick preview, I guess, without getting into all the details. But I will be, there will be kind of like a school you can, like with semesters that you can go through, and you can learn and discover about who you are, why you're here, what your purpose is, why you felt weird your entire life, why you've been drawn to mystical things your entire life, and kind of put those pieces together and really figure out, you know, why you're here. Like what's the purpose you incarnated into this life, and learn about your spirituality, your superpowers, learn about who it is that you are, and confidently connect to that, and then, you know, be able to go out into the world and unapologetically go out into the world and just be yourself and do, you know, the things that you incarnated to do, which are probably supernatural, mystical, woo-woo things. Go out into the world and be your super scion alien self. And so I'll be talking about that in September. Probably, and don't hold me to this, but probably within the first 2 weeks of September, if I have all my things, if I have all my ducks in a row. So just for those of you that are here, I wanted to mention that, so that I'll be making more aware, bringing more awareness around that. But you can join. The link is in the description of this video, and you can join now. You can join the community now. Like, I'm not doing anything in it yet, so if you join, like, you're not going to see anything. Nothing's been added, but you can join for free. You can just go in there, just click to join. I get a notification, and I'll approve it, and you can join the community. So then when September comes along, when I kind of, you know, open the door, so to speak, then you guys will already be added there. So anyways, I'm excited about it, but I'll be more excited when I can go through the whole thing and tell you guys and do justice. But if you are a weirdo and an alien, I want you. You're the type of person that this is for. So if you actually identify that in that way, like I do with myself, then it's definitely going to be for you. Okay, Gene, may I ask what I's thoughts, feelings, and intentions are towards me? Keep in mind he's suffering from a debilitating chronic illness for the past several months. Yes. Now, I've got your tarot cards over here, but first, I just want to pull a few of these because they're new and I have not had an opportunity to use them because they're new. Well, that's awesome, Curly. And so, yeah, if you know other people that feel that way or looking for a community to belong, first and foremost, just a place where you're with like-minded people that, you know, that's cool because there's going to be a group of us, a whole bunch of us, and that's the idea. And that's what and that's literally who I'm creating this for. So that's going to be the number one thing, is just for a place where we all kind of just can have a place to actually belong that feels like our place, since it's so hard to find places that feel like our place. Let me grab these. All right. So the first thing already, Gene, that I'm getting, and it's coming through really strong. Right? Obviously, the cool thing is you're showing up in your reading here. Your Leo energy. Of course you are. Let's smush it together. Get it in there. That's what she said. All right. So I'm going to give you this really quick. I'm just going to go through these. I just kind of give you the message that I've got regarding these first, and then I'll actually answer your question with the tarot cards. So right now, the number one thing is the spiritual practice card, is the card that's sticking out to me the most for you right now. And what I'm feeling is you're meant to play a role in his life right now. By encouraging him to see. Now, I'm going to interrupt myself so I don't lose my thought. You're meant to encourage him to see this, that there is a meaning and purpose behind what he's going through. And I don't know if he's a spiritual, I don't know. I don't know if he's a spiritually minded person. I don't know what his beliefs are, or if he, what he's into, what he's not into, what he's open to, what he's not open to. But your presence in his life is meant to help influence him into understanding his own spirituality. Because I feel, and I could be wrong, but I feel like he's not probably super spiritual. And the way that the way that you're meant to do this isn't necessarily through like direct um, confrontation, for lack of better words. Like, it's not about like you trying to convince him of anything. It's more the way that you live and show up for him and treat him that makes him realize that you're not a woman of words. You're a woman of being. Like you're not there to convince him to subscribe to any type of belief or way of thinking or anything, or not even trying to help. Like, not, I mean, unless he asks you, of course. If he asks you your opinion about something, then of course, obviously, I believe you would tell him, because I feel like I know enough about you to know that you're not going to bullshit him. Like, if he asks you your opinion, you're going to tell him the truth, whether, and it's going to be the truth, like what you really think, as you should. But back to this energy is, I feel like it's more indirect. I feel like it's more about you just living what you believe, and the way that you treat him by what you believe, that is going to have the impact. Because as he kind of goes through this, like, some things are going to happen that are going to get him thinking, which is why we have the angel numbers and symbols card here. And it's like he's going to start kind of like experiencing some of the weird shit. He's like, it's like the lights come on for him, and he's like, this is really weird. I keep seeing these numbers. I keep seeing this word. I keep seeing this thing. It's like all of a sudden he becomes aware of synchronicities, and like his whole life he's not ever been aware of synchronicities before, and now he's starting to see it. His brain is like, I'm on. I'm paying attention now. Like, his spirit's like his soul's turned on. It's like coming to the forefront of his awareness, and he's like, oh, there's something happening. And what's happening energetically is like your field, your energy, your spirituality, your aura, whatever you want to call it, is stirring up his. And that's what we're meant to do. It's like when you hear about, like, we hear these terms like star seeds and light workers and all these fancy labels that people in spiritual woo-woo land like to have, because it makes us feel special. But when you take all the titles and all the labels off of it, and again, I'm not poo-pooing on whether you believe, whatever your beliefs are. You're the galactic ambassador of the most important thing in the world, and you're a star seed, and you're an old soul, or you're this or you're that. It's like, great, you're the thing. Like, cool. I'm not doubting you that you're like the OG, the badass, the reincarnation of, whatever God or whatever thing. Like, you are. I'm not here to doubt or dispute that. But the point isn't like the labels or the titles that we give or that we hear about the role that we're meant to have in this life. What's important is that we just live out the role, more important than any title you attach to it. So when I say the word light worker, which my term for it is luminary, it's like, what is that role? What does it mean to be a luminary? What does it mean to be a light worker? It's like, well, it just means that you're living your life in such a way that wherever you go, whether you intentionally or directly mean to or not, your energy, your life, your presence can't not have an effect on the world, because that's what you're meant to do. It's like you, if you're a bright light in a dark room. Like it's pitch black in a room, and you're, this big ball of light. Well, when you walk into the room, the pitch black room, like obviously you're going to light it up, and that's just the nature of bringing light into a dark room, right? It has an effect whether you're meaning for it to or not, because that's just what you are. It's like you are this energy, this ball of energy that is having an effect on the material world around you and the souls around you, whether you mean to or not. Like that's just what you are. That's the role that you came here to have. Like you're a light worker. You have some type of healing. You have an aura. You have an effect, and so you get around the right types of energies, and that energy starts, having an effect on them, and it starts stirring things up. It starts awakening things. It starts healing things. It's like shit starts happening to people, and they don't understand it, but they feel it, and they don't even know that it's you. Like they don't know how to troubleshoot it, because no one, and a lot of times we don't even know that's one of the reasons that I'm creating this thing, is so that we can become aware of the thing that we are, and be more intentional about how we go out into the world and be light workers, or be whatever the thing is that you're meant to be, which is why you're weird in the first place. Like we're not weird on accident. We're fucking weird on purpose. We're different on purpose. We just have to understand the gift of being the weird thing that we are, because it's not meant for us to just hide out in the back alley, of the world, trying to escape the world that doesn't feel right to us or familiar to us, or that we don't belong here. We should belong on some other fucking planet with all the other aliens and unicorns, because this planet makes no sense to us. Well, that's just because we're unconscious of understanding the reason why we did come here. And when we plug into that, and we unapologetically live with that, and knowing, like, okay, I'm going to have an effect whether I realize it or not. The more aware that we are, the more powerful it becomes, because then you can start to reinterpret the meaning of the circumstances and situations that you end up with, or you end up in, rather, the people you end up around. Because I look back in my life now and I go, okay, there's a lot of people in my life that I thought I was supposed to be with for one reason. Like, oh, I'm supposed to be with this person because, they're supposed to be my person. I'm supposed to be in a romantic relationship with them. But in reality, it's like, no, I was meant to be in that person's life because I was meant to have an effect on them, to change something within them. And sometimes it was a reverse. Sometimes it was about me needing to change, them playing a role in my life to get me awake and to push me along in my journey to realize something, to be a mirror for me about things that needed to change. But oftentimes we end up in people's lives to be the ones who help them along. And so in your case, Gene, you're meant to have a spiritual effect on this man's life. Now, and again, I haven't even got to your question yet, but it's important for me to share this with you, because it's going to be important for you to know, based on whatever it is that's going to happen. We have this ego-driven card here. We have this chaser card here. Your energy is here, which we already talked about that. The spiritual practices, everything I said, the effect that you're having. And then we have this no. And honestly, this no card is the divine saying, she will understand what this is. She will know what no means. So, and if you're unsure of what no means right now, it's going to make sense to you at some point. But there's some type of question about something, that this is going to be it's going to have some type of meaning or purpose for you, whether it does now or whether it does later. And that's obviously between, that's for you. Okay, so it's like, well, he he's always been aware, and maybe he is. So I'm not judging. It's not me judging him or judging you or saying he's aware or not aware, or where he is in his journey. Um, but what I know is that you're meant, a major purpose for you being in his life right now is to connect him to a deeper level of his spiritual journey. And a lot of his struggles that a lot of the things he's struggling with in his life, directly and indirectly, or consciously and unconsciously, some things he's not aware of, your presence is meant to help him in those regards as well. So let's actually see about your question. All right, so we have the King of Pentacles. So obviously I'm assuming that's him. I think the King of Pentacles came out before. But I feel like your dude's always been, I feel like anytime I've ever pulled a dude for you, it's always been a King of Pentacles. So maybe that's just your type. Maybe you're just into the King of Pentacles type. Maybe that's your type. It's like, I ain't no King of Swords girl. I'm a King of Pentacles girl. So these are your feelings. Ooh, okay. Or no, not your feelings. I'm sorry, his feelings. And I mean, that's pretty legit. We got him and we got you. And in between it, we got the Hierophant. Well, we know what that is. And we got the Three of Cups. So his feelings towards you are pretty serious. And you're definitely bringing a lot of positive energy in his life with the Three of Cups here. And I think if he's not expressing himself, and I don't know if he is or he's not, but if he's not expressing himself, he low key is feeling, I mean, he's feeling commitment vibes with you. So we got the Hierophant, and then we got the King and the Queen of Pentacles. And if I would have expected you, to be honest, I kind of would have expected you to come out as the Queen of Wands, which is your, kind of your natural Leo energy. But if I was pulling on you, it's very possible you would have. But the way he's seeing you is like he sees you guys as a thing, a serious thing, like a match. And out of all of the court cards, out of all the kings and queens and all the things, I mean, obviously there's only 4. I think that the King and Queen of Pentacles are probably the most serious out of all of them. Like when I think of like commitment energy that someone could be in, I think it's the most grounded and certainly the most committed energy out of all of them. The cups are too emotional, so that fluctuates. It could be infatuation, it could be it's just too based on feelings. If it's wands, it could just be on lust, passion, or fun. And if it's swords, to me, swords people are the least, like they're the people that don't need to be in a relationship necessarily. They're too independent. But the pentacles are the most committed, in my opinion. So he's got commitment energy, commitment vibes with you. How else does he feel? Six of Wands. So I mean, he's got you on he got you on a pedestal. And if it's not that, I mean, I don't want to be cliche, but it's a super positive energy. He thinks very highly of you. At the very least, he thinks very highly of you. If not, maybe having you a little bit on a pedestal. But, you know, we ain't gonna try to get all up into your romantic, sensual relationship, because that might be where the goodies are. And then we get the Ten of Swords. So, of course, the tarot has got to come out of left field and throw a curveball. Not really. And the Four of Swords. So these two cards really just talk about, I think, where he's at, he feels right now. I think right now he's struggling. Obviously, the Ten of Swords, I think he feels like he's at a bottom right now. But I think he's projecting that. He's got the Four of Swords there. So these two cards really telling me that I think that he's just, and then at the bottom of it, we have the Five of Wands. So there's a lot of internal conflict that he's having right now, because I think that he feels like a failure with the Ten of Swords and the Four of Swords there. And I know you said he's, you gave me the heads up, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that you gave me the heads up about, he's struggling with his health. But I think that this is it's not just the health. This is his perception. This is the perception that he has of himself and what he feels that he can or can't provide to you as a result of how his health is impacting his ability to do so. So he basically he's beating himself up because he feels like he's not good enough because of what he's going through. And underneath the Five of Wands, we have the Emperor, which is obviously him, the Page of Cups, and then there's the Tower, and then the Eight of Pentacles at the Knight of Cups. And so how I look at these cards at the bottom is this is his internal battle, which doesn't really have anything to do with you. This has to do with these cards here, for sure. This has to do with him, the relationship he's having with himself right now, and wanting to get back to this. Like he's wanting to get back into feeling strong, feeling like a man, feeling like, he can be the provider, just feeling strong again, feeling confident. We have the emotions here, and we have the Knight of Cups as well. But then we have the Tower, which is really the process that he's going through right now. The Tower has to do with the thing that inside of him that's needing to change as a result of what he's going through. And this Tower is connected to the spiritual component of what I feel that you're actually going to be helping him through as he begins to rebuild, which is the Eight of Pentacles. And then you end with the Knight of Cups, a deeper level of love. So how does he feel about you? He feels connected to you. He feels committed to you. I think any type of vibes that you might get from him that feel contradictory, like if you're like, like if he has a bad day or an off day, then it's this Five of Wands energy that you're picking up on. It's not you, it's him battling with himself. And then you're picking up on the energy of him battling with yourself. And you might, you just might unintentionally assume that it's you. And it's not you. You're not doing anything. It has nothing to do with you. He's just wrestling with his own shit. Or he's just having a bad day. But the dude's got the hots for you. Like, you know, he wants you. This is commitment. Hierophant's major arcana commitment. King and Queen of Pentacles. Right? It's like him looking at you like you're his person, his woman. Um, and obviously very happy and excited to be with you with the Three of Cups there. Six of Wands. You know, you're the unicorn on the horse. But he definitely has some things here that he's going through. But I think it's going to get better because underneath the Knight of Cups we have the Six of Swords, which is moving to something better. Underneath that we have the King of Wands, which is tied to the Emperor energy there. So that's him getting back to his confidence. So he's on the path. And I think that, you know, give me an advice card here. Let's get a quick little advice card for it here. I'm just curious. I feel like the divine is saying she already knows. Eight of Pentacles again. Yeah. So, and the Four of Pentacles. So Eight of Pentacles again, and then you get the Four of Pentacles. So the advice is just basically to just keep putting in the work, keep putting in the effort. Don't stop doing what you're doing, and helping him feel the sense of security and stability. Helping him feel, giving him the certainty that he's not experiencing right now, because things feel so uncertain within himself. And because they feel uncertain within himself, it makes him feel uncertain sometimes about the relationship, really not just the relationship, but you and everything else going in his life. So, you feel like you're dreaming his dreams. Well, that's interesting. I would not dismiss those dreams. You know, I mean, that's interesting, because you can have dreams. There could be, you know, any person could be in there, but it's him. He's in there. So that could be that's something that I would personally, you know, like, I mean, I understand their dreams, but I wouldn't dismiss it. I'd definitely put it on the shelf and just kind of like, that's interesting. I'm going to put this on the shelf, and this is interesting. But to answer your question, Gene, he's got committed energy towards you, and obviously he's got feelings for you. He thinks very highly of you. I think he's just dealing with the things that you mentioned. So he's got some, you know, he's just working through this difficult time in his life, but it's meant to happen. That tower is there on purpose. It's not a bad tower. It's a good tower. He's meant to go through this, and you're meant to be in his life right now as he goes through this. It's all part of his spiritual journey. So it's a good thing. Well, he might be a little shocked. You just basically went in there and was like, hey, I had a dream with you and our kids. Wink, wink. I had a dream with you and our kids. And he felt it in his sperm. He was like, yeah, I feel that. Somehow that's resonating inside of me, but it's down here. I'm feeling it down here. And it's like, that's your confirmation. All right. Who else is here? Who is next? Twins Pika. If you are here, Twins Pika, you are next. If Twin Speaker is no longer here, we have Lee. And if Lee's not here, we have Michael Stevens. You're still here. Let's see who's still here. Well, we know Jenna's here. Michael's still here. Is Twins Pika or Lee still here? We'll find out. If not, Michael, you can start typing your question. You can start typing your question. And after Michael, we have Neon, Gina, Alicia. I know Gina's here. She rides, my rider dies. Some of y'all get my rider dies. Why did Anthony have so many gay guys around him? And was he bi? No, sir. There are no inappropriate questions here. Nothing's off limits on my channel. Nothing's off limits on my channel. And you stick around long enough, you're bound to get into some shit. Cause we've done seen it all. Like the one time somebody came in for a reading and I was like joking around about a meth lab getting blown up. And then the person's like, yeah, that's actually what happened. They actually, my boyfriend's in jail because he blew up a meth lab. I was like, oh, who would have known? I thought I was just joking around and making some shit up off the top of my mind. And it turned out that's exactly what happened. Her boyfriend went to jail because he blew up a meth lab. But yeah, we've been to some naughty topics too. Sex swings, sex dungeons. That's mostly Gene stuff. Not so much lately. But you know, we done been all the things. Talked about all the things. It's life. There's no question. I don't believe that there's an inappropriate question. I think there's just life. I think inappropriate is interesting. It's a construct. Like all kinds of weird, you know, well, I guess, you know, that's subjective too. What's weird in life, right? Like life, like, I don't know. I think life in general is just fucking weird. Like being human is weird. Humans do really weird shit. Like life is interesting and weird. So I don't know. I guess, you know, inappropriate. I mean, I know there's stuff that's fucked up. There's definitely some fucked up shit in this world. I don't know. We get all some kind of like some deep philosophical rabbit hole. Like, shut up, Eddie, and just do my reading, please. Like, yeah, sometimes I just need to shut up and do the reading. It is interesting. We even have a glass of wine sometimes, ain't that right, Gino? That's right. Have a couple glasses of wine. You know, the Eggstein files, exactly. Pizzagate. We know what's up. You ain't fooling us. Now, Mr. Michael, we're going to make this make sense in just a minute, I promise you. I'm going to make it make sense in just a minute here. All right. So this is what I can tell you. There's exploration happening here. So the person in question that you're asking about is, let's start here at the void, because this is the card that'll make everything else make sense. Now, the void here is basically like a black hole. And it's when we are disconnected from our divinity, we're disconnected from our higher power, we're disconnected from our deepest truth, whatever you believe. And so because of the fact that we're spiritually disconnected from the most important part of ourselves, we feel spiritually bankrupt, we feel spiritually lost, and then we go out and we pursue things outside of ourselves, hoping that the things outside of ourselves are going to bring us inner fulfillment. And so the void is this black hole, and it's this sense within us that something is missing. We feel it, we know it, and like we can't escape it, we can't numb it, we can't suppress it, we can't outrun it, but we keep trying to find the thing that's going to make this nagging, a debilitating sensation inside of us go away, because there's this need that we can't quite put our finger on what it is. And so what most people do is they troubleshoot it by trying to pursue things, but they pursue sex, drugs, money, success, fulfillment, significance. Like, we throw all these things into the void, but we don't get anything out of it. It's like you're throwing something into this black hole, but it just devours and eats it. Like, it's gone. Like, you're like, oh, I know what's going to make me happy. It's going to be a relationship. It's like, okay, we'll throw the relationship into the void. Like, what did you get from that? Nothing. You still feel empty. Okay, well, you worked out and you got the perfect body. How do you feel now? I feel empty. You made a bajillion dollars. How do you feel now? I feel empty. It's like the things that we pursue, that we keep expecting to get this sense of deep, lasting fulfillment from, that we never get. That's what the void is. The void is the black hole inside of us that we're misunderstanding and misinterpreting, which is what the higher power is. So the higher power is what is the solution to the void. It's saying, hey, we're disconnected from our source, we're disconnected from our divinity, or we're disconnected from our spiritual truth. And because we're disconnected from our divinity and our spiritual truth, there's no way that anything else can compensate for that. Nothing that we can do or chase after or pursue or achieve or get or acquire is going to fulfill us long term. So this is describing the cause underneath the behavior. The behavior is the symptom. So what you're experiencing, what you're noticing, what you're observing of his behavior, this person's behavior, is a symptom. It's not the cause. The cause for the symptom is what I've described here. And the solution for it is, getting on a spiritual path. Now, when I say getting on a spiritual path, I want to be clear in what I'm not saying, because, unfortunately, we have stereotypes when it comes to using things like spirituality and all these types of things. So what I'm not saying is by being a spiritual person, all of a sudden I'm into astrology charts now and human design and tarot readings, and I'm wearing crystals and spiritual clothing, and I'm burning incense and doing all this spiritual woo-woo stuff, and or like the same thing with religion, like, oh, I'm going to go back to church, and I'm going to go to mass, or I'm going to say my prayers, I'm going to read my Bible, or whatever. That's all bullshit. Like, that's not what spirituality is. Spirituality is getting connected to whatever you feel or whatever you believe, whatever we all believe our higher power is. And if you're unsure what the higher power is, well, then that's part of the spiritual journey, which is discovering, hey, what is greater than me, bigger than me, beyond me, that created me, that exists within me. Like Jesus said, the kingdom of heaven is within. And I don't say that to throw out any triggering religious shit, because, I used to be that. I grew up in that, and I renounced it and stepped away and walked away from it. But, unfortunately, Jesus got hijacked, and Jesus got ruined for pretty much all of us, because now Jesus is associated with something that he himself did not want to ever be associated with. And that's unfortunate, because a lot of the things that the man said and lived and taught are some of the most profound things that we have access to in terms of, a spiritual roadmap to understanding what is real for all of us, not just real for a select few or a certain type of religion or a certain type of demographic or a certain type of, well, I believe that, but, I don't believe that, but they do, or whatever. It's like, no, it's a truth. It's a spiritual law, like gravity. Gravity is a law. It applies to all of us, whether you believe in it or you don't. And so when Jesus said the kingdom of heaven is within you, he's talking about a spiritual law that is true for you, for me, for all of us, whether you believe it or you don't. Like, literally, like, the kingdom of heaven is within you, within me, within all of us, and it's there waiting for us to access it any time. It's not a matter of opinion. It's not my idea. It's not my opinion. It's a fact, just like gravity. And it's there waiting for all of us to access it anytime we want to access it. That's what this higher power card is here saying. It's saying there is something that we all have that's waiting for all of us to be connected to, and we have free will, so we get to decide and define what that thing is, which is very important. And that's part of the journey. Is for those of us who don't know or don't believe or have our uncertainty about those things, it's important for us to come to those conclusions and say, okay, well, I don't know what I believe. I don't know if I believe in a God or a higher power or this or that or whatever. That's awesome. That's what you came here to figure out and explore. That's part of your journey, where some of us, others of us, we've always kind of known what that thing is. We've always kind of had an idea or a belief about what we think that thing is. Like, there's different camps, and there's no right or wrong in that. But it doesn't change the fact that it's necessary. And I can only tell you what the divine is here to, the messages that I'm receiving from the divine about the situation for you, because sometimes the messages that are meant, you're meant to hear, are more important than the answers that you thought you would get from the question. even if you were unsure what those answers were going to be. But I can assure you that the answers the divine are giving you are the answers that are in your highest good, because there's two non-negotiables that the divine has with all of us. The divine is never going to violate your free will. Second non-negotiable, the divine is never going to give you anything that's not in your highest good. Well, what is in your highest good is to understand in terms of your question about another person. It's like, so the divine is like, okay, you're not asking about you, you're asking about another person. Then it's important for me to tell you what's in their highest good. And what's in their highest good right now, in terms of the question that you're asking, is this void card. That this person is searching for something, and they're searching for it outside of themselves, and they're not finding it. And so their behavior, and this is just giving you context for all of their behavior, because if you kept observing this person, even if you never came here, you never asked for this reading, and you never heard any of the things I'm telling you, and you just kept observing this person's life, eventually you would observe more behaviors that are essentially symptoms of the same thing. That essentially what this person is searching for and longing for is something that they think is outside of them, not something that they're meant to connect with inside of them from a higher source, a higher power. So that's the most important message. But now that we've got that out of the way, let me answer the more direct question that you asked. See how this kind of works here on my channel? I know it's kind of like, it seems like it's all over the place. It goes here, but then it comes back here. And like I said, when the cards started coming out, I said, I'm going to make this make sense. And I don't know how I'm going to make it make sense, but I just know that it's going to make sense, because I can feel when the messages are here, because they just start coming through me, and I almost can't even keep up with them. They're wanting to come out of my mouth so fucking fast. And like, I need to be like, the early 90s, the late 80s, the Micro Machine commercials, like the guy who could talk super fast with the Hot Wheels and the Micro Machines. Like, I feel like that guy. So we have this polarity energy here, and we have passion. So this is describing the part that you're asking about specifically. Why is he around a bunch of gay people? Well, because he's exploring. There's this explorative energy, because we have divine feminine and divine masculine. And this isn't gender, it's energy. And so even if it doesn't matter if you're a man with a woman, or you're a man with a man, or you're a woman with a woman. There's always going to be a masculine, and there's always going to be a feminine. There's always going to be the woman in the relationship, and there's always going to be the man in the relationship. And none of that has anything to do with whether there's two penises or two vaginas or a penis and a vagina. It doesn't fucking matter. It's the energy, it's the aura, right? And polarity is necessary for passion to exist. You can't have two feminines, because they cancel each other out. You can't have two masculines. Like, there has to be different polarities, or there's not going to be any attraction. You might be able to be friends, but it's not going to be passion. Like, there needs to be masculine energy, and there needs to be feminine energy. And so again, it's not related to gender. It's not related to whatever hookups are on your avatar. That's all that this is. It's just, it's a vehicle. It's an avatar. It's a suit that our spirit and our soul inhabits. That's what these bodies are. It's just, a virtual reality suit that gives us the ability to pretend that we're not spirits, because we're locked into this vehicle, and we're locked into our five senses, and it feels like the reality that we're experiencing feels like it's what's really real, when really this is just fucking a virtual reality. The spiritual world is much more real than this physical body ever is. So anyways, back to the point. These energies are telling me there's an exploration energy, because what they're exploring is passion, and what they're seeking, the passion that they're seeking through a relationship and connection, and this exploration, because sexual energy is literally, in my opinion, it's the most powerful energy that exists. It's the most powerful energy that exists inside of a human being, is sexual energy. And unfortunately, we do not understand sexual energy. We do not. This is all my opinion. We do not treat sexuality as something sacred. not nearly as sacred as what it's meant to be. And when I say sacred, I'm not implying or referring to religion or religious dogma, or you know um, pigeonholing ourselves into any type of certain sexual experience and saying, well, this is appropriate, this is inappropriate, this is this is you know um, this is good and this is bad, right? Because we all have um, there's different parts of energy. We have the light and we have the dark, and uh, true spiritual actualization has to do with integrating the both, the shadow and the light, and not seeing one as good or bad, because that's still duality. And true spirituality, depending on when you get into some deep shit that I'm not going to get into here, but like if you really kind of nerd out and get into what the true spiritual practices are, it's about resolving duality. It's resolving contrast and going above it, transcending it, getting out of good, bad, right, wrong, black and white, dualistic thinking. That's all the ego, the mind. Spirit transcends that and says, no, it's all oneness. It's all the same thing. It's just two sides of the same coin. And so, there's not like a good sex and bad sex. It's not like, if you're with your partner, for say, and you love your partner, you care about your partner, or whatever you're doing, and it's like, and you're exploring these parts of yourselves, and it's like, well, I want to have vanilla missionary sex, but then you want to tie them up and you want to explore some shit, like whatever, right? Those are the mechanics that we use to access the energy of passion. And so the point that I'm making is that when we're exploring the thing that we call sexuality, what we're exploring is actually something underneath it. It's more important than that. We're exploring this energy that wants to express itself. Well, where's that energy coming from? It's coming from your fucking spirit. It's coming from the divine. It's coming from the creator. Because there's nothing that creates that doesn't come from the energy of creation. And the energy of creation can only come from one source, which is the creator. And I know that that's very different than thinking of a white, an old white man that looks like Santa Claus that lives in the fucking clouds with a lightning bolt. Like, that's not what I'm talking about. It's so much deeper and more complex than that. But when we understand the biology of the energy of something, we can go deep enough underneath it to understand what's really happening. Then that's when we really have access to change, because anything that we're doing out here on the surface is usually just a symptom of whatever is going on inside of us that's dictating that action. Like desire, for example. You want to have sex. What is sex? Sex is a desire. It's an impulse. It's a desire. It's something that you feel. You want to have it. It's an energy. It's arousal. It's this sensation inside of you, this compulsion to go and have sex, to have that action with somebody, which is really just an experience. You and this person, and whatever you call passion, whether it's the kissing, whether it's the foreplay, whether it's the mingling, whether it's the flirting, whether it's the or whether it's all of it, all of it together. It's all of that is the energy of passion, but it's an experience. And that's what you're craving. You're craving the experience, and that experience is manifesting itself through you in bodily form, which is what we end up doing out here with the five senses. So all we're doing is responding to an internal desire or impulse, and experiencing it, or trying to create an experience that we can tangibly have with our five senses. And so when you understand that what this person, going back to your question, Michael, when you understand that what this person is seeking is passion, then you understand what's underneath the energy of this void, meaning their spirit and their soul is saying, I need passion. I need desire. There's this passion, this desire, there's this energy inside of me that wants to come out of me, that wants to express itself and wants to be experienced by me and wants to be experienced by somebody else. Because that's why we do anything. Like, if you just, nobody wants to just sit in a world by themselves and just like, okay, I have this desire for something and it's just me and myself. Well, then I'm going to get bored. If I'm the only thing that, if I'm all that there is to experience is just me, myself with my own desires, that's not going to be very fun for very long. What's exciting is the ability to share my desire and my experience with somebody else. And they get to share theirs with mine. And then our two experiences collide and we create a third experience. And that's where the magic happens. That's the divine inside of them meeting the divine inside of me. And boom, we get a big bang. And we know what happens when big bangs happen. Universes are created, planets, solar systems, galaxies. That's what is happening inside of the person that you're asking. There is an energy inside of them that is trapped, that they are misunderstanding, that they're trying to find and connect to, but they're pursuing the external mechanical methods of doing so instead of understanding, no, you're just you're connected to the wrong source. You're looking in the wrong places and you're connected to the wrong source. And it's because of the overthinking. And their overthinking, their clouded judgment and their overthinking, their misunderstanding of themselves and all the things I'm referring to here, all of that energy is in this overthinking card is why. They can't see the answer. They don't know the answer to their problem and their dilemma. So the superficial answer, if I was to have just given you the 3-minute, the 5-minute answer to your question, which would have been me disservicing you, and that's just not what I do on my channel, because I'm here to be a messenger, and I'm not here to give superficial fucking tarot readings because I'm not a psychic and I don't believe in that. These cards are tools and they're very powerful tools, and unfortunately I think that they get misused all the time, and I believe that I just have personally very strong opinions about superficial fucking tarot readings. And I think it's a problem. I think it's a big problem. And I don't think it's helping anybody. I don't think it provides people with answers. You can predict things, sure. Oh, this might happen, this might happen. Here's a superficial answer. This person feels this way. Is this my ex going to come back? Blah, blah, blah. Like, but what does it change? Like, it might make you feel good in a hot minute because maybe it gives you hope, or makes you feel something that you're wanting to feel, or you get an answer you like, or something to hold on to that feels good. Because otherwise, why would you go to a tarot reading? I mean, you're not going to go to a tarot reading because you want to feel bad or to get terrible news. Like, hey, your whole life sucks. Now that person's going to cheat on you. Oh, that person's going to abandon you. Oh, that's the wrong decision for your life. No, you're going to lose your job. Like, no one goes to tarot readings waiting for fucking bad news. They want to go because they want to hear good news. But the news that they receive isn't always necessarily the news that they need to hear, because what they need to hear is the fucking truth. People aren't getting the truth. And that's a whole side rant, but I have to, it's relevant. So underneath that, we have jackpot, and this card just represents for you, or for them rather, Michael, that this jackpot card represents just materialism. And when I say materialism, I'm not just talking about money. I mean materialism in the sense of when we're disconnected from spirit, then we're living in the world of just the senses. And that's really all materialism is just not understanding anything deeper than just our senses. That's it. You're just living for the 5 senses, and we think that that's all that there is. And then underneath that, we have illusions, which is tied to the illusions of their thinking. So this person is just not aware, or perhaps maybe not awakened to, the fact that what they're seeking through their exploration of passion and sexuality, um, it's they're searching for something in the wrong place. The desire is there. They're misunderstanding the desire, and because they misunderstand the desire, they think the desire is saying, "Hey, I want to go over here and explore all of this fun, ooey gooey, sexy stuff, because that's where I know that I can feel passion." But that's not what that energy is trying to communicate to them. The energy is saying, "You're not going to find it by exploring your sexuality over here in these other places. You're going to find it by connecting to your higher power." And so that's why that's what's going on with them. And I know it's probably not the answer you expected, um, but that's why they're around the people that they're around. That's why they're making the choices that they're making. That's why everything that's happening in their life is happening the way that it's happening, is because of everything, you know, that I just explained, or at least in part. I'm not saying this is the entire whole picture, but it's a, you know, it's definitely a massive component of what's driving them in their life right now. So I don't know if any of that makes sense to you. I don't know, you know, if that's helpful or what that, you know, but that is why they are around these people. That's why they're choosing the environments that they're in, making the decisions that they're making. Their whole life right now, um, he would flirt. He would flirt with me, and I would ignore him, and I think it pissed him off. Well, yeah, and I would say this to you, and I appreciate you saying that. By the way, I appreciate you sharing that in the chat, um, because you have to be careful. You have to be careful with that in a way too, because when people who are in the void, they carry that energy everywhere they go. And so if he's attracted to you, then he's just like, "Oh, I want to have these experiences and I want to experience this passion." And especially people that are spiritual get, it's very common for people who are, and it makes sense, right? For people who are disconnected spiritually, and they're kind of going through that in their life, like you show up and you are spiritual, it's like their soul wants to gravitate towards you like immediately, like moth to flame, because you know their soul is basically trying to tell them, "Hey, that person, you know, has the energy that we're trying to have within ourselves." But if the spiritual person isn't careful and they let the person who's disconnected into their lives, then you get sucked into their void, essentially. Like you become, you know, a casualty in their spiritual bankruptcy, where, you know, it's kind of like, and I've been there, like I have allowed myself to entertain relationships with people that my intuition was saying, this person isn't, they're not aligned with you. So I hope that makes sense, Michael. I appreciate you too. Thank you for just being you, being real. And for those of you who are new, please like and subscribe if you haven't already. Absolutely free to do. Supports my very, very tiny small channel, but nonetheless, it still supports, and it means a lot to me because I will take all the support I can get. Now, I know Gina didn't go to sleep. I'm wondering if the Devin has a message for, if the divine, okay, I'm sorry, if the divine has a message for me, for my son. Brian has been on my mind for a week or more. I would say yes. Your son always has. If you're feeling it, I believe that our loved ones are always supporting us. So when we open into ourselves to that energy, especially if we ask for it, I think the invitation is huge, because I've done that, and I've gotten some pretty cool synchronicities and signs and things when I've asked. Pretty much every time that I've asked, especially now that I intentionally know to look for it. Well, let's see. Let's see what messages. Let me get this one. Oh, all right. And I saw some donations come in too, I think. So if you donated, just drop it in the chat and let me know. I saw a few donations hit my phone, I believe. So if you donated, let me know in the chat there, because I didn't actually go into my phone and see, but I saw the notifications pop up. And if you donated, then you skip the line. So I just need to know that you did so. So if you're here and you donated, let me know in the chat so I don't skip over you guys. Well, already, Gina, the message for you is very clear. Well, you can't make that up, Gina. And I'm not surprised, because this seems to happen with you every time. So a message to pass on. Okay, one of the things I feel, so you have loss here twice. Yeah, and children there. So yeah, this is definitely, your son's been on your mind, because yes, your son is trying to cheer you up. Now I want you to take notice of something that you can't make up. Teresa donated. Okay, Teresa, thank you for your donation. I got you. As soon as I finish Jeannie here, I got you. Two things, Gina, that I want to point out to you immediately. You have loss here twice, two totally different decks. I don't know how many cards are in this deck, but it's a lot. I don't know how many cards are in that deck, but it's a lot. You have loss here twice, and you have peace here twice. Like, you just can't make that shit up. It's like literally the divine, messages from your son through the divine are very clear. And it's interesting, because you have children and then you have family here, so that's double confirmation. And the message is just really, really, really super simple. I feel like you've been in a slump a little bit lately, perhaps. And we all go through this. And if I'm completely honest, I've had a few of those things myself the last couple of months, and my life has been otherwise great. Like, I've been just working hard on building some things behind the scene because of what I'm trying to launch in September. My relationship with my girlfriend is the best it's ever been. Um, there's been a few little things with my dad's health, nothing super major, but he's going to be 89 at the end of September, so he's getting older. He just had a pacemaker put in, and but he's healthy. He does like 10 to 15,000 steps a day. Like he's actually probably in better shape than I am. But there's days that I have where I have felt like that. Like I've just felt like just in a funk. And mine's different than yours, but I'm relating it to you because sometimes I have to remind myself, I have to consciously pull myself out of my funk, because it's so easy to let that energy spiral. And then, what was affecting me for just one day or 2 days or a week turns into a couple of months. And, like, time seems to just be going by so much quicker now. And then it's like, it finally clicks, and I'm like, dude, what the fuck, dude? Like, I pull myself out of my funk, but then I'm like, you needed to do this like 3 months ago, you know? Um, and that's interesting because, and I don't know if you were here at the beginning of the reading, but the very first message that I have was about, was a kind of a collective message about us paying attention to what we're focused on. And that for a lot of people right now, the main problem in their life is something so simple. It's just what we're giving our focus to, or just not being aware of what is hijacking our focus. And it's such an easy thing because we live in such a distracted time in society and culture. We're distracted by so many things all the time. And, that any moment in our life where we are distracted or not being intentional is a moment where we're unconsciously living. And if you're unconsciously living, then basically you're just a zombie. And it doesn't matter if you're a zombie, but you can pay your bills, you still go to work, you still do the laundry, you still, you still eat, you still go to the gym, you still otherwise look like a functional human being, but you're basically just living to die. Because an unconscious life is a life without purpose. It's a life without meaning. You're probably not fulfilling your soul's mission, why you came here. The larger plan and purpose for your life is not being fulfilled because you're just kind of checked out, whether you mean to be or whether you don't mean to be. And I feel like most people just don't mean to. It's just habitual. We're just in a habit of being distracted by the things that distract us. And so it's an active intention to like be aware of, holy shit, like catching yourself. I have to do this all the time. Catching myself with how much fucking time I spend on this thing distracts me. And it's connected to all of us, the thing called our fucking phone. And it's like, and I catch myself and I'm like, dude, like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, and I'm like, this is not what I need to be focused on. My energy and attention does not need to be, my life does not need to be wasted dealing, looking at this shit, scrolling on this shit, like, because it's mindless, but it's a form of mindless satisfaction in a way. And of course, there's all the psychology behind it, the dopamine hit, blah 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 blah, all the things that we get from it. But then it's like all this time goes by. The next thing you know, the day goes by, and the next thing you know, the year's over, and you're going into 2027, and you're like, holy shit, this year went by so fast. It's like, yeah, it's almost September. But then when you look back and you look at where you were and what you were doing, what you focused on, it's like, holy shit, I basically spent most of my time this year doing the same thing I did last year, and not a whole lot's really changed. And then when you do an inventory of what what was taking all that time away from you, you realized it was a bunch of bullshit. Like, oh, I see where all my time went. It went to bullshit. No wonder why. And no wonder why I feel empty, because I'm, spending all my time focused on empty bullshit. So my point in saying all that is that we have to become very aware of what we are focused on, and be intentional about it. And it sounds like such a simple thing, but it's not. It's very hard in 2026 to like be aware of when you're distracted, because we've made distraction normal. That's what's normal to most people, is living a distracted life. And because it's so normal and it's so habituated and we're so used to it, it takes effort to now become aware of when it's actually occurring, so that we can stop doing it. Now that also goes, because whatever you give your attention to, what you focus on, you magnify and it grows. You're feeding things with your energy by what you focus on. So for you, the message has a lot to do with this victim mentality card, which is more just about the things that in life that you feel that you can't control, that have happened to you, and also the energy of why you feel that they're not changing. Like, okay, this has happened to me, and I feel like I've tried these things, I feel like I've done these things, but nothing in my life feels like it's changing. So, it's a feeling of discouragement. But underneath the victim mentality is a sense of worth, of you really not believing what it is that you are and what you're capable of, and as a result of what you believe that you are and what you're not capable of, is attached to what you feel that you deserve. Because you can't have a belief or a value about deserving something that you yourself feel you're not capable of. So if you're like, well, I can't do that, I can't have that, I'm not capable of that, then your word is your wand. Like it is done unto you as you say, as you believe it, it's done unto you as you believe. Like, that's what Jesus always said. Like, it's interesting to me that in the Bible, Jesus gets credit for a lot of miracles that he himself doesn't take credit for. Like, a miracle would happen and Jesus would say, hey, this has happened to you according to your belief. Like, he's literally saying, it's not me. Don't give me credit for this miracle. I didn't do it. It was done according to your belief. Your belief is what created the miracle, not me. It's interesting that Jesus was just a placebo because he had a reputation. So people were like, oh, Jesus is this mystical healer. He can do all this miraculous shit. He had a reputation for doing some crazy shit. And so people had belief in him, which became a placebo for the activation of their own power. But they didn't see it. So Jesus had to point it out to them and say, hey, I'm not the one who created the miracle. You're the one who created the miracle. It's just, they just needed something, to believe in that they weren't believing in already. And that's fine. So they used Jesus as the thing that they needed to believe in. And so conversely, and I use this analogy on purpose for you, Gina, is because you need something to believe in to get you out of this unbelieving energy that has been kind of following you. And I say this because I've dealt with it my whole life too. It's like there are certain dragons that we have to slay 10 times before they finally die. Like, you kill the fucker and then it comes back like this, like it transforms. It's like a video game where you kill the first form and you're like, yeah, I beat the boss. And then you probably don't play video games, so you probably don't know this. But if you did play video games, there are video games, where when you fight the boss at the end of the game, like, you're like, I did it and it was hard. Like, I killed the thing. I beat the game. It's like, nope. And then it transforms, turns into this bigger, even more crazy, fierce, scarier thing. And then it gets like even more, like the life bar gets like even more powerful. And you're like, fuck. And so then you beat it again and then it transforms again. And you're like, okay, it's like never ending, but eventually after you You beat the thing's ass like 10 fucking times. At the end of the game, it finally dies. And you're like, okay, it's like it's dead now. And so sometimes we have things that we have to revisit, um, and that's not something to be discouraged about. I just want to encourage you in that it's not something to be discouraged about when you have to face that dragon again, because every time you face it and every time you kick it, it's one step closer to dying for good. And that's what these things are here for. So they're not here to say victim mentality is what you are. It's saying, yes, you've experienced things that have put you in a state that makes you feel a certain level of powerlessness. But when you face that dragon, you kick its fucking ass when it comes back again, because it's going to, until it's finally dead. But when it does, you just fucking kick its ass again. And the best way to kick its ass once and for all is to find something that you can believe in. Because when you're in this energy, you can't believe in yourself. Just like me. When I'm in a shit mood, I can't go, hoorah, Eddie, like, let me pull some magic bullshit out of my butthole and just be like, okay, I'm powerful. I can change this. I can beat this. It's like, no, I feel like shit. Like, I don't feel powerful. I feel discouraged. Like, why is this thing still here? Why am I still struggling with this? Why is this thing kicking my ass? Why am I experiencing it again? Right? Like, that's what happens to me. I'm not feeling empowered or that I can, so what I have to do is I have to find something outside of me that I can hold on to that gives me that power. And it's just a matter of finding whatever that thing is for you, Gina. What is the thing that you can find that you can feel and like, what can be that thing for you? Like, it can be anything. It can be your son even. Like, you know what? Like, but there is something. Whatever the thing is, there is something that you can connect to that will help empower you and get you into this deserving energy, which will pull you out of all of this loss. And that's why you have the source card here, because the source card is basically a placeholder for whatever that thing is, that you just need to find whatever it is, so that whenever the dragon shows up and starts kicking your ass, or it feels like it's kicking your ass, and then you start getting discouraged, that's how you know you feel like your ass is getting kicked, is because you start to feel discouraged. And when you start to feel discouraged, it's kind of like, man, nothing's changing. I thought I was doing better, and then I'm just back into this funk, and then my life sucks. And it's like the black hole. You get stuck in the black hole. It's like, okay, well, no, I'm not going to get sucked into the black hole, because I got something that I can go to remind me that my ass isn't getting kicked. I'm just leveling up. And that takes us to the message of peace, because that's what your son wants for you, and that's what you deserve. But peace is the power. Peace is the way that you get there, but not peace in the way that you think of. It's not numbing. It's not checking out. It's not zenning out. It's not any of that. Peace is getting to a place inside of yourself where you're no longer at odds with who you are. That's what peace is. Peace comes from not fighting yourself. It's not you being at odds with any part of what's going on inside of you. That's what peace is. And as cheesy as it is, people would say it's self-acceptance or self-love. And I hate to use that generic term, but those terms are really just other ways of saying the same thing. Because if you love yourself, then you're at peace with yourself. It's just different ways of saying the same thing. So the opposite of not being at peace, the opposite of peace is chaos. And so you could say, well, if I'm not experiencing peace, then I'm in chaos with myself. And the illusion that we all come to believe, just like the illusion that we all believe that fulfillment is something that we experience outside of ourselves. Is the biggest lie that we all believe. Oh, I'm unhappy because my fulfillment is outside of me. I got to find something outside of me. The source of my happiness in life is something that exists outside of me. Well, every great spiritual teacher says that's not true. Well, the second lie is, well, the source of my chaos is always something outside of me. And a lot of times that's a lie. I'm not saying that external events can't contribute to the chaos, but what I'm saying is that ultimately we have the power to alchemize anything that we're experiencing, and no matter what we're going through. You could be going through hell. You could be going through the Holocaust, like many people did. You could be going through the worst thing, the worst tragedy in your life. You could have all kinds of issues and problems and God knows what, and find inner peace, regardless of external circumstances that suck. The world could be burning down around us, and you could find inner peace in despite the external world looking like shit and being in chaos. Like those are the blessings and the benefits of the gifts of the Spirit, like in the Bible, like the fruit of the Spirit in the Bible. And I don't say this because I'm like religious or anything. I don't believe in that, but I do believe that those things are really true. And if you look at, there's like 9 of them. It's like the fruits of the Spirit are like joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness. I used to have it all memorized, but the bottom line is it's true. Like the path, the reward and the path of living the spiritual life is you start experiencing those qualities, those attributes. And so that's what this, and peace is like I think like the first one. What is it? I know it's Galatians 5. I want to actually, because I'm feeling led to pull this up really quick. Yeah. So Galatians 5. The fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, forbearance, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. So there's 9 of them. And peace is the third one. Love, joy, and peace. So why is that important for you in this particular case? It's important because this is how you slay your dragons, Gina. And all this loss that you've experienced that's tied to this, like ultimately, that's what's underneath. Like the dragon that you're facing is loss. And it's a broad spectrum word that includes a lot of things in your life. And your life has just been a lot of loss. And it doesn't have to mean like, I mean, obviously there's the obvious, like you lost your son, so that was like a literal loss, and some of them have been literal losses in your life. But it's more than that. It's a lot of small things that felt like losses to you, and each one of those things felt like a loss of something that your identity was attached to. So you felt like you've lost pieces of yourself that an unconscious part of you feels like it hasn't recovered. But that's not true, because you can't lose your soul. You can lose a lot of things in life, and we're going to. That's what this world is. It's a world of life and death, beginnings and endings. But you can't ever lose your spirit. You can't ever lose your soul, because it's the infinite part of you. It's the consciousness that is you, that lives inside of you, that's looking out behind your eyes, that makes meaning, that interprets life through meaning and experience. And so when you get connected to that and find something, outside of yourself that's greater than you, that you can use when you need it to reinforce that belief, so you can go, hey, and maybe it's just this. Maybe it's you showing up here and getting these reminders from time to time. Maybe it's you saying, when you're in the weeds, you get a reading. Like I don't know, whatever the thing is, it's, do that thing. But peace is the power that you peace is the path where you'll find where you find the power to slay your dragons once and for all, but it's also where you find your answers. And the way that you get there is just by finding something that helps you get out of the funk, whatever it is. Like, even if it's like, you know, I don't know, sticking your finger up your butt and it shocks you. Like, I don't like doing that, but I'm going to do it because it snaps you out of the thing. I don't know. It can be whatever. But you're being supported. Lastly, I want to say that you're being supported more than you think. The loving woman, that's you, and friends and colleagues. You're being supported. There's forces that are around you, your loved ones, or your guide. We have, I believe we have supernatural assistance, whether you angels, whatever you believe those things to be. I believe that we all have kind of, I would say, kind of like I feel like we all have been assigned a group of just oversight. Like, we have, these helpers, I guess is the best word I could say, that are here to help us through our journey in life. But they're limited to invitation. And so whatever you consider prayer or just communication, which for me is just either thinking it or saying it out loud, communicate with those helpers, and don't be afraid to ask. So when you're in a funk, when you're feeling a certain thing, or when you need something, you need guidance, ask for it, and mean it. And then just keep your eyes open and wait for the obvious thing to come to you, because it will. I promise you that. So whatever's going on right now, just kind of to wrap it all up, don't be discouraged, my friend. Like, sometimes it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And when you get into a funk, just try to find that thing that you can go to help remind you that I'm not going backwards. I'm not going to go back, and get stuck, or it's not, my life is doomed. Nothing's changing. Whatever the funk is, whatever it makes you feel, you're not lost. You're not broken. You're not fucking up. You're not, like, whatever the thing is, whatever the thoughts are, none of that's true. It's not true. Like, you're a profoundly spiritual and powerful person, Gina, and I believe that. And I'm not saying that to blow smoke up your ass, but I don't think you would have found me specifically in this channel if you weren't meant to have the types of readings that you've had. And how do I know? Because I'm the one that's given them to you. And that's not me bragging or anything. It's just me just trying to say the obvious of what I believe is true for you, based on the history that I've shared with you, which is, I do genuinely believe that you are a deeply spiritual person, and that there's a lot that you're meant to experience and do, and that life is, you know, don't don't judge your life by your age or what has or hasn't happened yet. Like, you know, you're right on time. Like, you're doing what you need to be doing, and you're where you need to be. So if that makes sense, my friend. All right, Teresa. Thank you for your donation, Teresa. How may I assist you? And Alicia is also here. Yes, I got another. I have another donation from somebody. So if I have Teresa donated and somebody else donated. So whoever the other person is, let me know that you donated so I don't skip you. So I have Teresa, and there was somebody else that donated. So whoever the other person is, just let me know. Okay, so you asked your question, and it's further up. Let me see if I can go back and find it. All right. Teresa says, I want to know every damn thing. First, Angelina, she is a Taurus, and she put some voodoo on you one time because of a Virgo, but you're a Leo, and about some kind of money, and am I going to get a boyfriend? So you want to know if you're going to get some money, and you want to know if you're going to get a boyfriend. Well, my first question to you is, are you doing anything about getting a boyfriend? Okay, AJ Marie, that was me on Cash App. Okay, AJ Marie, thank you. I got you next on the donation list. So as soon as I finish Teresa's, I will get you. Thanks for letting me know, so I didn't skip you. All right, let's look at the money first. We're going to look at the money first. What about the money? All right, well, we got the Eight of Swords here. Well, right now you're overthinking something here. You're overthinking something that's not helping you get the money. There's something that you need to do. Some kind of action you need to take. That's what you got the Knight of Wands here for. You got the Four of Swords here. Now, I'm getting something with that Four of Swords. I don't know. It could be some type of disability, or it could be something, a grant. There's some type of money you could get from something, but you got to go get it. Like, it's not going to just come to you. You got to go do it. And that's what the Knight of Wands is here, saying, hey, there's something here for you to get, but you got to go get it. The Knight of Pentacles here is saying that there's something you're actually pretty good at, and there's something you're pretty good at, and you might even like doing it, that you could do as kind of like a side hustle thing. So I don't know. I don't know if you cook, if you knit, you could you make things, or you like to garden, or I don't know what it is, but there's something that you're good at that you can do that would make you money. And it could be something like, opening an Etsy store, an Etsy shop online, where you make something and you sell it. Um, I don't know for sure, but it's here. There's something that you're good at that you can do. Again, it's going to take, it's going to take effort. But it would make you you would be a steady source of income for you. But yes, you do have some opportunities here. I'm going to put this down. Put that one there. And you're a Leo. Here you are at the bottom of the deck in your own reading. That's good. It's saying that you can do this. Why is the Four of Swords here? Give you a little bit more insights about what this could be. All right. This is actually about you, connecting more with people and socializing. This actually has probably more to do with relationships too. And so the divine is saying that you just need to get out more. Like if you're a homebody, Teresa, and I understand, because I'm pretty much a fucking hermit. Not that I have to go out anywhere anymore anyways. Thankfully I got me a girlfriend now, so I ain't got to go out and do all that anymore. But I was kind of a homebody before even I had a girlfriend. But anyways, the point is, the Four of Swords is saying you spending too much time by yourself or too much time inside. The Three of Cups is saying you need to go out, you need to meet people. And the Two of Cups is that relationship that you're looking for. And the Nine of Cups is you finding your happiness and your fulfillment. And the Eight of Wands here is all about things happening really fast. Like there's a lot of opportunities for fast progress. You can see things happen very quickly here if you get out. And if you just can't, like if it's not physically possible for you to get out, then the Eight of Wands says, well, you can meet people online then. Find people, find a group, find, look for somebody on some dating apps or something. Like, but all of this over here, and the Nine of Cups is your fulfillment, your happiness. And it's tied to you getting out of hermit mode, just being by yourself, being alone. Like, okay, well, you don't have a car, then, just use what you have. You have the internet, you can find people online. But the Three of Cups is about meeting people, socializing, having fun, going out, because you can't find somebody if you're not around anybody. And the Two of Cups is basically saying there's people out there that you could have a connection with. That's the relationship card. And you'd be very, very happy with the Nine of Cups here. So let me ask more about that. Tell me about relationships. Okay, you got the Six of Pentacles. And that's saying that you have to give to get. You're going to have to put in some effort, which is that Knight of Wands. You're going to have to put some effort into it. But look at you. You got two dudes here. Now you got a threesome. Look at you. Teresa's going to have a threesome. That's what that Three of Cups is. It's you and two dudes. Like, man, I'm not even, like, I ain't even got that. Even I don't have a threesome. You got options. You got two dudes here. And you might find out you like them both. You got a King of Wands and you got a King of Pentacles here. And there you are. Two people and you in the middle. But here's the thing. At the bottom of the deck, we got the Three of Swords and we got the Death card, which tells me you've been hurt in the past. And so, you know, whatever's hurt you in the past, you have to be aware of that. Because if you bring that into, you know, a relationship, or if that's why you're afraid to put yourself out there is because you don't want to get hurt, or if you've been in any kind of, you've been in some abusive shit or something, you know, you've had bad experiences, and then you're like, well, I don't, you know, I don't trust men, or I don't trust myself to make it, you know, I don't trust my picker, as the kids like to say. Whatever it is for you, you know, you're being asked to work through that energy so that you're not bringing that to the table moving forward. Because this energy, if you bring this to the table, then you're just going to attract more of it. Now, underneath that, this gets even more interesting. Underneath that, you got the Hermit, which is Virgo energy, and you got the Emperor. So this King of Pentacles could be the person here, because this is Virgo energy. You got the Virgo card. Well, actually, now I'm looking at the King of Wands. This could be both of them again, because the Emperor is Aries and you got the King of Wands. That could be Aries. So, I mean, and underneath that, you got Judgment, which is, you might have to make a decision. But in terms of love, you got two choices. But again, you're going to have to put yourself out there, because right now you're in the Four of Swords. You keep into yourself. If you're not meeting people, you're not putting yourself out there. If you don't have a car, you can't get out. That's okay. Then find people on the internet. But there's two guys, and I don't know if you're going to have them at the same time or what. You said, hell no. I don't know. Never say never, Teresa. Never say never. You never know. You might end up in a threesome. I don't know. More power to you. But if it's not a threesome, then you got two people. But you got to put yourself out there. So you don't put yourself out there, then you probably won't meet them. All right, I'm going to give you one more card here to help you out. Let's see. All right, so this card is telling you to go with the flow. Surrender to what is. And it says, flow with what is instead of fighting it. When you can't change a situation, compassionately accept it exactly as it is, and it'll bring you peace. So basically, it's saying, hey, don't look at the things that you can't do. Look at the things that you can do. So you might think, well, I can't do this, I can't do that. That's not an option. I don't have this, I don't have that. You know, you might feel like you don't have a lot of ability to do anything. But The divine is saying that's not true. Use what you have, and you'll be very, very surprised about the results that you get. So you just have to be more enthusiastic, and you just have to be willing to put in some effort. Use what you have, and this is what's possible for you. And it's actually a really good reading. The only thing that's really cock blocking you right now is this Eight of Swords, which is you overthinking and you getting in your own way. It's your own beliefs about limitations. You're thinking about what you can't do, thinking about what's going to go wrong, thinking about what's going to hurt you, all the negative thinking. That's what this Eight of Swords is. It's negative thinking. You just got to get out of the negative thinking. And you have two dudes here that you could meet. You have a choice, and maybe you like them both. And the reason I say this, and I'm being serious, is you might end up liking both of them. And that you got the Six of Pentacles here. You like this guy for one reason, and you like this other guy for another reason. And you got the Three of Cups over here. That's three people. So there's nothing wrong with that. If it works for you and it works for them, that works for a lot of people. And so if that's something that works for you, then be okay with it. As long as it's honest, that's my opinion. As long as you're honest and you're upfront and you're like, hey, then no harm, no foul. So you have some opportunities to make some money, and you have some opportunities to meet some dudes. Well, the Virgo might be your ex, but it could be a new Virgo. Don't automatically assume that it's your ex, even if he's a Virgo. I'm not going to say that it can't be, but I wouldn't automatically assume that it is. I didn't feel like it was an ex. I wasn't getting the vibe that it was an ex. I was getting a vibe that it's somebody new that you haven't met. I could be wrong. AJ Maria, you are up, my friend. Again, appreciate your donation. Appreciate you guys. For those of you that are new to the channel, would really appreciate it if you'd like and subscribe. If you find value in your reading. If you find value in your reading and you'd like to be notified when I come live again, and hell, I don't know, I might even start uploading some readings again on my channel. But I can for sure tell you guys that I've got some exciting things coming down the pipe, that if you are into all the spiritual things, you want to be on the cool kids train. I'm just kidding. I'm not that cool. All right. Will I meet someone and have children of my own? The answer is yes. Intuitively, already the answer is yes. So with the answer being yes, let's find out. The next obvious question is, well, if the answer is yes, then when, why, or why not? Why hasn't it? What does the divine want you to know about your desires Here we go. Now this one came out in reverse. Interesting. Now, I'm going to tell you right off the bat, okay, I'm going to tell you right off the bat, this recovery card in reverse is telling me I'm getting a couple energies off of this, and one of them is, I don't know if you have, if you've had some type of either surgery, or you've had, or you have, or struggle with a health thing. Obviously, that's personal information, so obviously you don't have to comment. I'm not saying this for you to confirm or deny. I'm just giving you the messages. I mean, obviously, you can say whatever you want in the chat, but I'm just telling you the energies of what I feel on this card, or that this card is representing. And what I'm feeling is that there's something that you've experienced, or could still be experiencing, that has played a role or has impacted your health in some capacity. And it's also tied to the cycles card, and it's also tied to the progress energy that was wanting to come out in reverse. So it's something that you, basically, that you feel that you've been wrestling with, or you've not seen a lot of progress or change. Now, there could be some other energies here in play beyond that, but that's just the first you know, that's the thing that's coming out immediately. And so I'm just reading off to you. I'm giving you the messages as I'm receiving them, as I guess what I'm trying to say. Okay. All right. The next time, or not the next time, the next set of information here, or the next messages, are actually very clear. Actually, I'm just going to put this card here. Yeah. 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 All right. Actually, I got a few that I'm going to give you. So first thing I'm going to tell you is you've needed some positive you've needed some positivity. You've needed something to give you kind of hope for a little while, because I feel like you haven't felt so hopeful. And I'm not just saying that due to the nature of the question you ask. It's just what I'm sensing and feeling there. Basically, what I'm saying is you've been through a lot of shit. And the accumulation of the shit that you've been through and the effect that it's had on you, as it's kind of worn you down. That's what I'm feeling. And it's making it hard for you to kind of see the light, metaphorically speaking, in regards to you know, is anything going to be better or different than the way that it's been so far in the past, or better than what you've experienced so far. So so let's go through these cards. Are right now, what the divine is wanting you to know is, the divine's wanting you to know what the issue is. Like, basically, what is within your power to change and control. Because anything that's not in your power or within your power to change or control, would be pointless. And so the divine is not going to give you a pointless message to give you pointless information about things that you can change. And that's unfortunately one of the biggest problems that I have with a lot of tarot readers, is that they know how to read energy so far as to tell you the conditions in your life that you already know, which gives you a sense of confirmation, which makes them look like they're a legitimate reader. And I'm not saying that they're not a legitimate reader, because they obviously capable of saying, hey, you know, you've had this has happened to you, and this has happened to you, and you've had this experience, and they're telling you things that you already know. And you're like, oh, okay, wow, yeah, that resonated with me. Well, of course it does, because you've that's the experience of life that you've been having. But if that's where it stops and that's where it ends, then you're just left with information that can't lead you to any form of transformation. And to me, and this is just my opinion, I'm not bashing other readers, but to me, that's amateur. Like, if that's where you leave it as a reader, then you misunderstand your responsibility as somebody who's operating in this art and this craft. Because, you know, the purpose of this tool, the purpose of these cards, is to help give people hope, inspiration, motivation, to channel messages from a higher power that gives you the power to access your own power, so you can start having the life that you were meant to live. That's the purpose of this, is for the divine to the divine wants to lead us all into a place of empowerment, so that we can start creating the realities that we're meant to create, and have the experiences we're meant to experience, and not end up in a place of disempowerment or hopelessness, where we feel like we can't change anything because we haven't been able to so far. So thankfully, the past doesn't equal the future. So whatever you've experienced so far, sure, that's been your experience, that's been your reality, but that doesn't have to be your story. And so for you, so let's go. I'm just going to go through this and kind of point these things out to you, so you can see. And I think a lot of this you're probably aware of to some degree, but the divine wants you to hear and know, and maybe understand some things from perhaps a perspective, or hear it in a way that you haven't heard it before, that might give you some new insights, which is the hangman energy, seeing something from a new perspective that gives you enlightenment, or enlightens you about some things, so that you can start to feel like, oh, my life can change. I'm not doomed to the same experiences, or I'm not doomed to feeling like I can't have what I want out of life, because that's not true. So the fortress energy here, so I'll explain to you these three energies so far. And if anything more wants to come out about that, then obviously it will. But the fortress energy here has a lot to do with being overly focused on certainty and security and predictability in life. And certainty is a human need that we all have. The problem is that certainty is an illusion, because nothing in life is certain. The only absolute life in life is change. So it's a little bit of a paradox that we as humans, we rely on it so much, and for the most part, it's usually because we didn't experience it early on in life. We probably lived either in a traumatic, we've either had a lot of trauma, or we didn't have reliable parents, or our needs just were ignored, or they just weren't met. So as we grow up, we overly focus on security, comfort, and certainty. And unfortunately, that becomes a trap. And it makes us very hard to trust other people, to trust ourselves, to take risks. And the biggest risk of all is love. Like, love is the most uncertain thing that exists. And paradoxically, when you're doing it right, it's the thing that can give you the most certainty. Like, when you find somebody and you know that you found the right person, and you're actually in a committed, loving relationship, and you've kind of transcended the fighting, the battling, and you've been with this person long enough and you've gone through some wars, and you finally get to that point where you're accepting and loving each other for who you really are. And you reach that point of like true unconditional love where you're truly accepting them no matter what, and they're accepting you no matter what. And you've kind of proven that to each other again and again and again. Then you create certainty. But we don't get there. You don't get certainty out of the gate, because that's exactly what relationships create in the beginning, is all the uncertainty. And then when you get the person, you're still not even guaranteed that you're going to get to keep them forever, because people die, and none of us know when we're going to die. You know, if you're lucky, you get to grow old, and you get to experience a lot of, old age and all the things, and then you die old, and that's fine, because you know that you're not going to live forever, and you're going to get old, and they're going to get old, and health problems, and eventually, your old body, you die. But that's not the only way that you can die. And so, love is very terrifying in that way, because we all want it deeply, and it's the number one thing that most of us want in our life in some capacity, is to find somebody that loves and accepts us for who we are, that we can build a life with and have children with and have a family and a best friend and a lover and a partner and all those things. But it's also the most uncertain thing in life. And so, go figure, right? The great contradiction of life. And the thing that reconciles that contradiction is our connection to the divine. Because when you're truly connected to, and you're truly connected to God, source, the universe, divine, whatever you call that thing, then your faith doesn't have to be in what is certain or what you feel you can control or you can't control. You get to let go, you get to surrender, and then that's when you get to experience peace. And that's powerful. Surrender is a very powerful thing, because you're placing the need to control life or need to control circumstances to make you feel safe into the hands of something that is far more powerful to actually give you the very safety that you're trying to manipulate. And we all do it. We're all guilty of it. It frees you of that responsibility, which frees you of all the pressure and the anxiety. And honestly, it frees you of all the fuck ups that we all make by trying to control things. And so the Fortress card basically really, it's a different word, but the energy attached to it is about control. And so one of the reasons that you've not experienced the things in life, and I'm not saying this to discourage you, but again, just to point out the things that are necessary for you to understand that will have to change in order for you to get the thing that you want, because the thing that you want is wanting to be gotten, because it's in your soul. And if it's in your soul, then it's the divine wanting to have a Genesis moment and say, let there be light. But in your case, it's the divine creating and saying, let there be relationship, let there be children. It's the force inside of you. Your spirit is the divine wanting you to say, let there be this thing. It wants to birth out from you, literally and metaphorically speaking. But we can't do it through control, because the minute that we're in fear, because that's all the control is, it's just us disconnecting from spirit and allowing our ego to try to control reality, and that's contraction, not expansion. So now the energy is contracting and imploding on itself, and it's essentially a miscarriage. It's like the baby wants to grow, metaphorically speaking. The energy, the baby, the birth, the manifestation wants to birth, wants to come forward, but you're collapsing the womb of creation. That's what control is. And if I was going to use a more everyday example, that's control in relationships, that's control with yourself, control with others. It's just, self-preservation. So when you get into a relationship and you get triggered and you become controlling or uncertain, or you don't trust, or whatever's happened to you, your nervous system shows up, and you're human, it's going to. But when we allow the ego and the nervous system to run the show, and that control starts to infiltrate all areas of our lives, then we're spiritually castrated, which cuts us off from our power. So that's what that energy is about. Now, the next card that you have is lessons. And lessons are just that. It's all the things that you've gone through that have taught you things that you don't have to return to. And that seems like fairly common sense, but how many times do we do it? How many times do we learn a lesson or experience something that's a lesson that we should learn, but then we don't learn it because we go right back to the next thing that's the same fucking lesson? I've certainly done it multiple times, so it's like I had to be pushed down the stairs a couple of times, had to be drugged behind the car a few times to finally realize, like, oh, well, what am I doing? Well, that brings us to the next card, which is the pattern, right? And that's why the only reason that we do anything again and again and again, even when we've gone through it before and we shouldn't have to learn the lesson over again, is because of a pattern. And, unfortunately, patterns, even unhealthy patterns, come with a benefit. And the benefit is they're familiar and so forth, and therefore they feel safe. The unfortunate part is a lot of the time they're just unconscious. We're not aware of our blind spots. We're not aware of we might be aware of some of our patterns, but we're not aware a lot of times of the deeper patterns that are really the engine beneath the surface level patterns, right? And so this lessons card is here saying there are things that you've experienced you don't have to go through anymore, but underneath that, the engine running all of this is just a certain set of patterns. But the good thing about a pattern is a pattern can be broken. So you're not doomed to stay in this cycle. The cycle can change. That's how powerful you are. Now, the investments, there's two energies attached to this. One is your hopes, your dreams, your wishes, your desires, which is the divine saying. The things that the energy of this card, when I say investments, is just anything that you find most valuable to you. So whatever the things in your life that you consider the most valuable things to you is what I'm calling an investment. So for you, if it's a relationship, if it's having children, like whatever those things are for you. So one energy that's attached to it is you're going to get the things. Those things are wanting again to come out of you to manifest into your life. But the other thing is you needing to discern what is worthy of your investment, because there's lots of things that have felt safe and familiar that have not been good for you, toxic energy that have been part of a pattern that you've been invested in. And so you just have to learn and be objective and kind of introspect and look at yourself honestly, which can be hard sometimes. It can be really hard. And I honestly believe that one of the reasons that people avoid personal growth and self-help and personal development and all this stuff is because it requires us to look at ourselves honestly and confront things that are ugly and not fun. Because we're afraid that when we look in the mirror and we see the ugly thing, we assume that we are the ugly thing. We identify with it instead of separating and saying, okay, just because I did this, just because I found this thing inside of me that's not pretty, doesn't mean that I'm unworthy, that I'm not good enough, or that I'm a failure, that I'm a fuck up, that I'm ugly, that I'm stupid, that I'm this, that I'm that. It doesn't mean that. And it takes a level of discernment to separate yourself from the thing that you see in the mirror and say, okay, I see that I have this pattern, I have this quality, this attribute, these things inside of me that they're not pretty. They're not fun, and I'm not happy about them. And seeing it and realizing it doesn't make me feel good about myself. Because the minute that you step forward and take responsibility and accountability for something, immediately what happens is it's going to connect itself to a lot of things that you're going to realize, like, oh shit, that means that this thing that's inside of me was there with this person and that person, and then all of a sudden it's going to the truth is going to unravel and unfold in front of you, and you're going to start to see kind of the way that energy has negatively affected other people, even though you didn't mean to do it, but it was still done. And it's just a brutal, unfortunate truth that every single one of us at some point in your spiritual journey, the spiritual journey demands that we have an Ace of Swords moment, which is to confront the truth, and the truth is gonna pierce you, because you're gonna realize I've hurt people. And that goes back to the saying that hurt people, because we've all hurt people. And the way that you alchemize that and you transform that energy into something positive is by taking responsibility for it. And that's just, and all that means really is just owning it within yourself and saying, okay, I'm not going to run away from it anymore. I'm not going to hide from it anymore. I'm not going to pretend it's not there anymore. I'm not going to try to medicate, numb, or run away from the discomfort that I feel when I see it. I'm going to lean into it. I'm going to sit with that discomfort and go, okay, I can see that there are things inside of me that have hurt me and have hurt others. When they come up, when you have that realization, and then you just own it, you accept it, say, okay, I see it, I know it, and now I know that I have the power to change it. But most people don't do it, because the minute they start feeling the discomfort and they start seeing, oh my God, I don't like, they want to avoid it. But if you avoid it, then you'll never change it. And then you stay stuck in the pattern. And unfortunately, most people aren't going to tell you that in personal growth or personal development. They're not going to tell you the ugly truth, like the truth that sets you free. And the only way that you can get free is to accept the truth about yourself. And it's not pretty. It's just not pretty. Shadow work is not fucking fun. It's gruesome and it's ugly and it's hard sometimes, because you have to look at the things, you have to look at the ugly parts of the things that you've manifested in this life as a result of fear. But that does not, the point of it is not for you to identify with it and then wrongfully assume that that's who you are just because that's what you've done. And that's the mistake that people make. And that's why they avoid it. Because they're, oh, I don't want to feel like a bad person. I don't want to have to look at this and know that I hurt somebody. It's like, well, it's okay to look at it and know that I didn't mean to hurt them. I didn't know that I had these patterns, but I know that I want to be different, and I know that I want to change. And so I'm going to look at it anyway, and I'm going to own it within myself. And I'm going to say, okay, I see it, I know it, I own it. I'm not going to run from it anymore. I'm going to face it. And that's the minute that you get your power, and that's the minute that you embrace the truth. And that's the minute you begin to get set free. Me, you, and everybody that's willing to do the work. That takes us down here to the bottom. So you have paradigms. Paradigms is about your beliefs and your thoughts, the meanings that you've attached to reality and the experiences that you have. Your current beliefs right now, your current beliefs are tied to the matrix. And basically the lies, the bullshit of the world. And we've all been there. We've all adopted, we've all been taught, we've all been conditioned, we've all been led to believe that, there's a certain way that life has to be. There's a certain, you have to follow this, you have to do this way. And even if it's just inheriting other people's negativity, where it's like, you just start getting around negative people and you're consuming negativity, you spend time on social media, it's negativity. It's like you're just swimming in the bullshit, or you get caught up in institutions. You're like, well, I'm political and I'm a Democrat or I'm a Republican. And you get all into politics, and you thinking you're fighting for this good cause, and you can't see that politics is just a fucking illusion, where you're just getting brainwashed and fucked in the ass by people who don't give two shits about you. It's basically two sides that are on the same team that are basically, divide and conquer strategy by acting like they're actually against each other, but they're not. Behind the scenes, they're on the same team, but out here they're putting on the play, making us all think that there's a good guy and a bad guy, and there's a hero and there's a villain, and my team is the good guys and their team is the villain. So, we have to take up these causes. And if you're around a bunch of people that believe that they're fighting for a cause and they're buying into the lie of that cause, and you don't want to feel left out because all your friends are part of the cause, well, then you're going to go be part of the cause too. I'm just giving you an example. I'm not saying that's true for you, but I'm giving you an example of what that matrix looks like. Same thing is with religion. That's just a whole different, it's a whole different, my religion's better than your religion. My way, I know who God is. My God is the right God. Your God is the wrong God. This, you have to believe what I believe and not believe what you believe. It's all that shit. It's me against you. right? But then it gets deeper. It's also the beliefs about, you know, how a relationship is supposed to be. You as a woman, what are you supposed to do? How are you supposed to treat men? How are you not supposed to treat men? How are you supposed to think about yourself and your self-image? What's the relationship that you have to your sexuality? What is feminine? What does true feminine energy mean to you? Like, you know, what is acceptable for you in your own self-worth? Like your own self-image. Like, you know, do you buy into, well, I got to have the um, you know, I got to have the yoga pants and I have to focus on showing my ass everywhere and I have to get fake tits and I have to look like what is it? What is that? Because if I don't look like that, if I don't look like every fucking Instagram supermodel, then I'm just not an attractive, not a beautiful woman. Like like what are the lies that you have bought into because you live in a world that's full of lies and you've been indoctrinated by the lies? That's what the Matrix is. It's just all the bullshit and all the lies that have been fed to all of us that we believe until we wake up from the fucking Matrix. And the reason this is here for you is because you've been influenced by beliefs that are untrue, but they're still affecting you because the paradigms card is here. And as a result of that, it's left you needing to feel certain in control of your life. And when you don't feel like you have control over things, or that you can't control outcomes, or that you feel uncertain about things, it's brought calamity. It's had very negative effects on you. Now, the second is validation, feeling insignificant. And when you feel insignificant, you don't feel worthy, you don't feel pretty, you don't feel beautiful, you don't feel special, you don't feel wanted, you don't feel needed, then you start seeking it, which is what the validation card is here for. This is saying that, you know, you've not felt special, you've not felt good enough, and that uh, you've sought self-worth and validation outside of yourself, which has led you into those lessons. And you have endings here. And so you've been through some betrayals. You've probably been, you know, for sure you've been hurt and you've gone through some losses, but then you get to the synchronicity here. And this is what's interesting. So it's kind of like, okay, well, I asked for this reading and it's like, seems like there's all this bad, negative shit, but it's actually not a bad, it's actually not a negative reading. It could be if you know, if you missed the part earlier about the reason that these cards are out here is to bring awareness to things that are within your power to change and control. But if you didn't, and all you heard was just negative, 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 then obviously you'd walk away and go, well, that was a pointless reading because all I heard was a bunch of shit that I probably already knew about myself, but you know, it was just pointed out to me in a way that I didn't think it was going to be pointed out to me. But it's actually not a bad reading. It's actually the divine handing you your power, which is why you have synchronicity here. And all a synchronicity is to me is just the way that the divine, it's a message from the divine coming to us in ways that are usually a little mysterious, but they're obvious enough for us to be aware of, because we start to see it starts happening all the time, or often, like whether it's numbers, whether it's music, whether it's signs, whether it's coincidence, whatever synchronicity is to you. And so this ultimately, it's not what's important is not that it's, oh, I keep seeing the same numbers, or I keep seeing the same name, or I keep seeing or hearing the same this or that. That's not necessarily what's important. I'm not saying that those things don't have specific meanings attached to them, but what's more important than the individual synchronicity itself is understanding that the divine is trying to get your attention. And what that means is not to focus on something outside of yourself. It's saying to stop what you're doing and say, okay, I know you're speaking to me. Like, this is what I would do. And it's what I do. It's my do. This is what I do. My do is when I start to see a synchronicity now, because I used to not understand this, because synchronicities confused me, because I was always trying to understand what the synchronicity meant instead of understanding that it was just to get to my attention. Because a lot of times that's all it is. It's just a tap on the shoulder, like, hey, pay attention to me, pay attention to me. Like the divine is saying, pay attention to me. That's really a lot of times all that it is, but we overcomplicate it because we're searching for, you know, a deeper answer, a deeper meaning that's not always there. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. But most of the time, it's the divine just saying, hey, the answer you're looking for is not out there, it's in here. But you've got to come in here intentionally and purposefully to get it. Like you can't just like, okay, I'm gonna, you know, call out to the divine or say a prayer or, you know, and then just like go back to distracting, you know, living my life and not. It's like it has to be intentional. It's like, okay, I'm gonna go sit with myself, get pen and paper, you know, something to write on, and I'm gonna sit with myself and I'm gonna have an internal conversation. And sometimes that might just look like I'm gonna ask some questions and I'm just gonna sit and fucking listen. And I'm gonna wait for something inside of me that feels deeper and more profound than just my random thoughts that are shooting through my mind, because we all have those. And you start to realize some things start coming towards you, start coming forward. And at first it might just be little blips, might be a little word here or a nudge or an inclination, you know, but you start grabbing hold of those things and you start leaning into it, and your intention and your focus is the activator, and the divine's like, okay, you're paying attention to me now. It's just like being in a relationship. Like nobody wants to be in a relationship where you're hanging out with the person you're in a relationship with, but you're being ignored. That's not a connection. Like if we're boyfriend and girlfriend and we're laying in bed or sitting on the couch, I'm on my phone not paying attention to you, you're on your phone not paying attention to me, that's not a relationship. You're just sharing the same space, but you're completely disconnected. Like, you know, a relationship is intentional. It's like, when I'm talking to you, you have my full attention, you have my full presence, my mind isn't wandering, I'm not thinking about other people, I'm not thinking about work, I'm not thinking about what I want to eat, I'm not thinking about the show, I'm not thinking about the Lindsay Clancy trial, I'm focused on you. Like I'm focused on you. And you're focused on me. It's no different. Our relationship with the divine is no different. It's sitting and being focused intentionally and going, you have my full attention. Speak to me. And that's the beginning. So this is what this card is telling you. This is the beginning. Now, to your next question, because, you know, I'm feeling specifically led for you because of the amount of where you are right now. So you have the Tower and you have the Five of Pentacles. The Five of Pentacles is where you are right now. Right now, you're in this place of feeling down, left out, not in a good place. But the Tower is here to wake you up and shake you up. This is a good Tower. But the bottom of the deck, you have the Five of Cups. You're focused on what you don't have instead of what you do have. So there's a redirection of attention, focus, and energy that you have the power. Like even if you feel like you don't, you actually do. You have the power to redirect your energy and your focus on to other things. Now, is it easy? No, especially if you have, you know, if this is part of the pattern you've been doing for a long time, that's what you're used to. So, you know, it's not like there's a magic switch you're just going to necessarily change overnight, but practice makes perfect. We all have to start somewhere. Personal growth is a journey. Knight of Wands. So here's the divine saying that you can make change happen, but you have to take action. You have to participate in your own rescue. And what you can't do is you can't allow the uncertainty. You have the moon here. You can't let the unknown or the uncertainty or, well, I don't know what to do, I don't know where to start, or I'm afraid or I'm scared, or, you know, you can't let all that stuff stop you from taking action. If you want to walk on water, you got to step out of the boat, which is not knowing. It's just take the first step, and sometimes the first step is the scariest. But there's a lot of trust issues here. You have the Seven of Swords. And the Seven of Swords is obviously tied to the endings and other betrayals and other things you've experienced. But the energy specifically here for you is you just don't trust yourself. And obviously, and that makes sense of why you wouldn't trust yourself based on the experiences you've probably had, which is why you would feel afraid and uncertain, which is why you would prefer to not have to take a risk. Because in the past, when you did that, it didn't turn out so well for you, is my assumption, based on what I see here. But the divine is saying, okay, you weren't working with me, you weren't connected to me when you were making those decisions. It's a totally different game when you change your focus and you start getting connected with your intuition and yourself. And you start making the shift and the change in your focus and the meanings that you attach to certain things. And again, that's all, like I could go, like that's like a whole seminar I could go into with all of that I can't do here because it's, but I'll grab my book here in just a second. Because, I feel like it would be helpful for you. And I'm not just saying that because it's my book, but I've literally put everything that I've ever found that's worked for me into that book. So here's some good things. So this is you. This is your desire, the Page of Cups here. So this is essentially your heart's desire. What you're emotionally connected to. It's here waiting to manifest for you. Because the Page of Cups, the fish is coming out, is like popping out of the cup. Like, and the cups represent your emotions. And so you have this unexpected thing that's in your heart that wants to come out, wants to jump out, metaphorically speaking. You have the Six of Swords. This is you moving away from turbulence, moving into peace and calm and clarity. Swords are about the mind, mental clarity. Now, the Chariot came out in reverse, which is simply saying that right now you don't feel in control of your life, but that's an illusion. And at the bottom of the deck, it's been very painful. You've gone through a lot of things, but the 10 is an ending. Like, the good thing about the 10 of Swords, even though it's usually a pretty, the card itself can seem pretty ominous, is that the worst is over. Like, it's over. The worst is over. Like, the sun is coming up. Underneath that, you have the Two of Pentacles, which is about you finding balance. Then you have the Page of Pentacles, which is about you learning and starting fresh and becoming a student of life. And now you have this new opportunity. The pentacle in your hand is what you can go out into the world and you can plant and you can grow and you can develop. Underneath that, we have a King of Swords. And this is a mystery. And the reason I say it's a mystery is because the divine's not telling me who or what that is. And so I'm not going to fake read and make up something just because the card is there. So if you commit to change, what's coming up for you? So just kind of bring all of this. I know I gave you a lot. Once this video uploads, you can come back and you can rewatch it because you're probably going to need you. I mean, I assume you're probably going to need to rewatch this several times. So if you commit to change, like all the good things, if you commit to change, you have a relationship here waiting for you with the Two of Cups. You have the Lover's card here, a very powerful relationship. So this could be like your person type of relationship, but it's more than that. It's not even just your relationship. It's also a new you, because the divine is up here with the angel. So it's like you having a spiritual connection, because and a healthy connection, a healthy relationship, because now you've integrated yourself with the divine inside of you. But then you have the physical partnership, and then you have something that's equal and balanced, something that's about giving and receiving. And at the bottom of the deck, you have the Six of Wands, which is victory. So everything that you're wanting, and this is the yes card, essentially, to you wanting to know about your desires. I got one more. I'm going to pull up one surrender card for you, which is just kind of what's the thing that you need to focus on absolutely the most right now. Yeah, everything that I just said, you can't make this shit up. Surrender to complete healing. So right now, what the divine wants you to focus on is your personal and spiritual growth. And if you click on the description box, if you click on the description box of this video, you'll see the link to Amazon, and you can get my book, From Lost to Limitless. And so I wrote this book, and it's got basically anything and everything that I would give to somebody who is going through their spiritual journey. It's like this to me is my roadmap of the spiritual journey. It's really kind of what I would consider or call the book of questions, because that's the only way that we ever really come to know ourselves, is by asking a lot of hard questions and finding the answers. And the reason I say that is because there's just a lot of questions in this book. When you start reading through it, there's lots of questions in here that are designed to help you. They're designed to help you understand yourself, understand your purpose in life, help you understand why you do the things you do, help you understand your patterns, all of that. Confusion is amazing. Confusion is absolutely the best thing that you could be experiencing right now. The reason I'm telling you confusion is good is because confusion is the mind becoming open to new possibilities. That's what confusion really is. It's the moment that your brain basically starts to entertain new possibilities. And so the sensation of confusion is I thought that I had something figured out. I thought I was certain about something, because the brain likes certainty. The brain is a meaning-making machine. It's like, I have this figured out. I have it defined. I know what it means. I've got it all figured out. The minute you become confused about something, the mind goes, oh, maybe I don't have it figured out. Maybe there's more. Maybe there's other possibilities. So confusion is your brain opening up to new possibilities. And that's the beginning of breakthrough. Breakthrough always starts with confusion. Every time, and if you become aware of when you start having major breakthroughs in life, if you reverse engineer it and you go back, a lot of times you'll see that. Like, oh my God, yeah, I remember being really confused just before I had the breakthrough, or something really confusing happened. So confusion is not a bad thing. I mean, as long as you're just not living there 24/7. But confusion in itself is not a bad thing. Well, and that's okay. It may not, you know, it may not make sense to you right now. You may have to you know, come back and rewatch it a few times. For me, in my experience, when I have readings, because I have a friend that she reads me like a book. I'll give you an example. So I had a reading. I got a reading from her a year ago. A year ago, in July, last July. And in the reading, she said that, now keep in mind this is July. She said something's going to come up in November, and I think something about your dad, your father, and something about a health, something unexpected with his health. And then she looked into it. She's like, I don't think he's going to like die or anything like that, but something unexpected is going to happen. And I went through the rest of last year. Nothing happened. Like, nothing happened. And I had forgotten all about it, completely forgot about it. Well, last week, my dad went and got a pacemaker put in, and he's going to turn 89 at the end of September. And turned out that starting last November, he started feeling dizzy just randomly. He'd be out and about doing his thing. You know, he walks about 10 to 15,000 steps a day, and he started feeling dizzy. And then, you know, it just kept happening. So he finally mentioned it to my mom. So then they went to the doctors and all the things. And the doctor was like, yeah, we ran some tests, and, you know, his heart would, you know, was missing beats. And they're like, well, you know, we can just get you a pacemaker and that'll take care of the problem. And so, all right, what's the point of the story? Well, the point of the story is I just remembered yesterday. So he's had this pacemaker in for a week. And I just remembered yesterday. It came to me. I was like, oh my God, my friend gave me a reading last year about my dad having a health problem in November. And my mom told me that he started having this issue last November. They just didn't tell me about it. And so then I went back and I found the recording, because I keep all my recordings. I went back and I found it. And I was like, holy shit. And I sent it to my mom, and she was like, whoa, this is crazy. So why am I sharing that with you? I'm sharing it with you is because a lot of times things don't make sense right now, but they'll make sense later. So if this isn't making sense to you right now, and if you're confused, then I would say come back, watch it again a few times, because it's a lot. It's kind of long. And then just wait and see what happens, because part of all of this for all of you, and I know you guys have heard me say this if you've been listening at all, or whoever's still here, like if I could just repeat myself, if I could be a broken record about any of this, it's participation. Like, you have to participate in creating your reality. And you can. You're the magician. You can create your reality, but you have to participate. You have to participate. Like, you know, in the divine, that's what the divine wants us to do. The divine wants us to understand our power, and the divine wants us to create our reality and have the experiences that we're here to experience. But it's not just going to happen because you get a tarot reading. It's not going to happen like the lottery. Like, okay, well, it's all random. You live in a randomized universe. There are lucky people and unlucky people. You know, maybe today you'll be lucky. Maybe you'll get the guy or the girl will come to you. Maybe you'll like it maybe this may be universe, maybe it will, maybe it won't. It's like, no, like if it, you can create it, you can fucking make it happen. It can become an absolute if you make it an absolute. Like as long as it's in your highest good, like you're trying to manifest something that's in alignment with your soul and what's in your highest good. It's not a matter of will it happen, it's just a matter of whenever you decide to participate in making it happen. Like, and the more that I practice this and learn this, the more that I find that it's true. Like, it's literally how I manifested my girlfriend last year. You know, the relationship that I had before her, the last serious relationship I had before her, I've been with her a little over a year now. The woman was cheating on me. She was sleeping with a married man. So I found out about it through the tarot cards. The tarot cards told on her, as they should. And so I broke up with her, and I felt like what I needed to do was focus on myself. And so that's all I did. And I focused on my personal growth. I did a lot of psychedelic therapy. I faced a lot of demons, grew a lot. I just focused on me. And then after about 2.5 years of doing that, last year in 2025, I felt the green light. Like, hey, you can put yourself back out there. But before I did, I sat down and I was like, you know what? I need to be intentional about what I want. Not just put myself back out in the dating world. I need to actually like create my reality. And so what did I do? Now you guys get to get a little bit more, some secret shit, share some personal shit. But what I did is I sat down and I made a list. Now this is just page one. I'm not going to show you all the things, but I got like, you know, a couple pages here where I sat down and I made a list. And this is my list and what I wrote down. And I was like, this is what I want. I know that this is what I want, and this is the type of woman that I want to be with. And then I just went about my life. I was like, I didn't think about it. I wasn't seeking fulfillment outside myself anymore. I was content within myself. Like, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But I still want it. And I let it go. Wrote it down, visualized it, and then I surrendered it. 2 weeks later, I met my girlfriend. And she's all the things. And then after I dated her a few months, we went to this thing where we were, it was like you learn how to use Canva, but it's like a wine thing. So we all met at this wine bar and you were learning how to use Canva. It was just something different to do. It was like a date night thing. And so I opened up, I was going back because my Canva was like a bunch of old shit. And I went and I found a vision board that I made in Canva back in 2021. And on my vision board, I had a picture of kind of like what my dream girl is. So I had this picture of a girl. There's like, this is my dream girl. And I put this picture of this girl on my vision board, my digital vision board. And I had forgotten that I made that. I hadn't seen it in years. And my girlfriend is literally like the spitting image of that girl. Like the girl that's on my vision board is exactly what my girlfriend looks like. And it freaked me out when I found it. And I was like, dude, you're not going to believe this. And I showed her. I was like, you know, this was like 5 years ago. I made this vision board and I showed her and she was kind of, it freaked her out. She's like, dude, that looks like me. I said, I know. Like, so the reason I'm saying all of this is I know this shit works. You do the work, you will get the result. If you're confused, if these things don't make sense to you, you just have to give it time. But you have to participate. But if you just listen to this, you're like, well, I got this tarot reading from this guy, but it didn't make sense. So that was a waste of money. And then you just go back doing the same thing you were doing before. Then, of course, do what you've always done. You're going to get what you always got. Because there's nothing magical about these pieces of paper with images on them. And there's nothing necessarily magical about the words coming out of my mouth, so far as the power that you allow the words to have in terms of really just the divine inside of me stirring up the divine inside of you. You know, because you already have all the answers. Every single one of us does. And that's one of the things that irritates me, because I'm like, I know this logically. I get confused. I get stuck in life. I start having a bad day. Things aren't going the way that I want them to. I'm human just like everybody else, and I have challenges and struggle and all the things just like everybody else does too. And I have to remind myself, the same things that I'm saying to you are the same things I have to tell myself and go, hey, you're getting stuck in that energy where if you don't pull yourself out, then you're just going to keep this, you're going to start creating this reality more. You're feeding this reality instead of feeding that reality. So anyways, I knew that was a lot, and I understand why some of it might be confusing. But to answer your question, will you have a relationship? Yes, the answer is yes. The opportunity for you to have a relationship is there. The possibility for it is there. Can you have a child? Is the opportunity of a child there? The answer is yes. Now, the next question is, okay, well, when? When can I have it? Well, the when is up to you. That's that part can't be predicted. The timeline can't be predicted for you. And anybody that tries to give you a timeline, a definitive timeline, I'm not saying you can't predict, relatively speaking, but anybody that comes and tells you, oh yeah, you're going to feed this guy exactly this day, exactly this time, and you're going to have this many children, it's like, I'd be a little skeptical about the people saying those things. I'm not saying that it can't happen. I know people who've gotten predictions down to the T that have been accurate, but I think that's a lot more rare than not. I think more times than not, we're responsible for creating our desires and our reality. So anyway, that was a lot. I hope that made sense for you. And like I said, if you go check out the book, there might be some things in there that help it make it a little bit less confusing. And again, I'm not saying that because it's my book, because I don't make shit off of it. Amazon gets all the money. Go figure. It's actually a money-making scheme for them. You write a book and then you sell it on Amazon. And Amazon's like, great. How much do you want to sell your book for? Like, I don't know, $16. And like, cool. You get $1.50 for it. Like, wow. So like $5 goes to the publishing company. Amazon takes the rest because basically they're promoting you or providing you a platform rather to sell it on. And they're like, hey, you have $1.50. Cool. But I didn't write it to make money. I wrote it to help people. Alicia, my boyfriend Ashish and I are going through a difficult phase in our relationship right now. Could you please look into our situation and guide me on what we can do to make things easier and bring more peace and understanding between us? Okay. Well, actually, I love that question. It's very rare for people to come and ask those types of questions. Oh, which one do I use? I want to use this one. All right. And Gene says in 10 months. So write that down. Never violate a hunch. And I would also say, spend some time looking at your astrology chart. And I don't mean superficially looking at your astrology chart. Do a deep dive on your astrology chart. All right, so I'm going to let that sit. So I'm going to use this one for you, Alicia, this little blue deck that I have in my hand. And I'm going to use this other deck for him and his energy. All right, so yeah, they publish it too. So they print the book and they publish it for you. And obviously they're providing the platform for you to sell it on. So, you know, I mean, I understand, but when you're self-publishing, I mean, you're not really going to make money unless you sell your book for like $30 or $50, which, you know. All right. Microphone 1 just died. I got microphone 2 here. Let me just switch this out real quick. Yeah, it's really like I mean, people either love it or they hate it, but some people love the deep readings and some people don't. Some people are just like, just tell me, just give me like, tell me the answer, what I want to know. Yeah, I'll just put them here. Try to get them on the screen. All right, let's do his side. All right. Now, what does he need to do or change? What's on his side of the road? Okay, that was a lot. Interesting. So we have strength there. All right, we got, let me get the ones that fell on the floor. Oh boy. All right, so it was like an explosion there of cards. That's all right, we'll put them here. Okay, now just because he has more cards doesn't mean that necessarily he's got more issues or anything like that. We ain't here to like, you know, point fingers or who's done what and who's done more, who's this, that, and the other. All right. So this is where we're at with this. So Alicia, um, your situation, this is kind of the overall. This is between both of you. Like this is the relationship together, energy up top. And then this just to clarify here, this is your side. These cards are here are yours, and these cards are his. So this is the things that you need to do to make changes. These are the things that he needs to do to make changes. And again, up top here is just kind of the overall condition of the relationship, or kind of what's going on. So right now we have the Seven of Pentacles in reverse, and this is basically talking about a lack of essentially investing here, or things that are things preventing growth. So this could just be, a lack of presence, a lack of intentionality, a lack of, understanding, a lack of spending time together. It's just a lack of investing, a lack of care, of nurturing. Could be certain parts of the relationship that are experiencing some form of neglect right now. And if I had to guess, it'd be the Queen of Cups in reverse. And so this is being emotionally shut down, emotionally closed off, a lack of emotional connection, a lack of intimacy. And when I say intimacy, I'm not just talking about sex. And this is something that I'm very passionate about, because unfortunately our world has degraded intimacy down to just sex. Sex is a vehicle through which we get to experience intimacy. Intimacy is what happens before sex. Intimacy is the connection that you have and maintain, the depth of and the quality of the depth of the connection you have with somebody. It's not just whether or not you're having sex with somebody. And I hate that our culture and the world dumbs intimacy down, because then people, they hear the word intimacy and they just relate it to sex. And unfortunately it's a bad thing, because if you're especially if you're a woman, I mean, some men too, but more women than men usually, if you don't feel an emotional connection with a dude, at least, you're not like a prostitute. I don't know what other words to say, or you have some severe sexual trauma, or you're a porn star or something. I don't know. If you're just, I feel like if you're a semi-regular female, I feel like you need to have an emotional connection with a man, to want to be at least satisfied sexually with him. And when I say satisfied, I don't mean just like the mechanics of it, like, does he actually know what to do to please you? I'm talking about your desire to even want to be in the bed with him to begin with, right? Men are a little bit different. They don't necessarily need to have that because of the way we're wired, but women, for the most part, you feel safe when you have an emotional connection, and then you get desire as a result of having an emotional connection. So all that to say, and I'm not trying to turn this into a sex talk, but intimacy, is the quality and the depth of the emotional connection that you have with somebody. And if you don't have intimacy with somebody, emotional intimacy, then everything else just, it's all downhill from there, basically. So that's what the Queen of Cups energy is representing, some type of emotional disconnection, or being emotionally shut down, or emotionally closed off, or emotionally distant. Now, the Strength card here is two energies attached to it. So what your relationship is needing right now from both of you is for you both to confront your fears, and for you both to practice regulation, your nervous system, and learning how to basically wrestle the negative impulses that come up within you when you start to feel disconnected. So when you feel triggered, you feel upset, you feel disconnected, anything that happens within your body when you start to get dysregulated, the strength card is a card to me. It's about learning how to regulate yourself. And it's also about it's having courage in facing, challenges, uh, which is an act of intention here. Now, the world card, you mentioned it's a long distance relationship. So this card can often talk about distance and all of that, but it's also talking about wholeness here. So for me, the bigger issue in all of this is that you guys are probably putting too much responsibility on each other to make each other happy, whether you're consciously aware of it or not. And so, you know, you need to learn how to find fulfillment within yourself apart from your partner. And so as you find wholeness and fulfillment within you, then you bring a whole person into the relationship, not a fragmented person, not half a person, not 25% of a person. And then they're supposed to do the same thing. So you bring your whole self to the relationship. Like, hey, I got my shit together. I'm fulfilled and happy within myself. I'm not seeking. You're not. I'm not. I'm not trying to get my needs met through you. And when I say that, I don't mean that in like a malicious way, like you're using the person, but you know, when we all have needs, whether we realize it or not. Every single one of us has needs that we're trying to meet, and that's not bad. That's human. But the difference is whether we're giving our power away and we project our needs onto somebody else and make it their responsibility to make us happy versus us saying, no, it's my responsibility to make myself happy. So I have to become aware of what my needs are and how to fulfill them myself without making the other person responsible for my needs. And that's what having a whole relationship is. You're responsible for your happiness, your personal growth, and then working through your shit and your trauma and all that stuff, understanding yourself, understanding your patterns, and then you come into the relationship a whole person, and then I do the same. And then you have two people come together that are whole, and now you're not putting your burdens onto somebody else and making them responsible for your happiness. And unfortunately, that's what a lot of people do. They make the other person, they project happiness onto the other person and make their happiness the other person's responsibility. And unfortunately, most people don't understand the opposite sex enough or even themselves enough to know what they need to do to make another person happy, much less themselves happy. Because a lot of people don't even know what the fuck they want to be happy, unfortunately. But it's true. So that's kind of where your relationship is right now, kind of like the things that are really affecting you. Now, what do you need to change? What things can you do differently for your relationship? Well, you have the Two of Wands here, which is about you figuring out what it is that you want. Because wands are about desire. And so it's really about you spending time with yourself. Like, well, what is it that I need? That's really the question that this card is asking. Because if you don't know what you need and you don't know how to communicate that, then you can't expect him to provide it for you. You're basically just expecting him, whether you mean to or not, to just kind of know, right? To read your mind. And we're all guilty of it. It's like, well, I thought they just knew. Like, we think that because somebody's spending time with us and because they care about us and they love us and we're hanging out with them, we think that they're just like picking up on all these things about us and just like, well, I feel like they should just know this about me. It's like, no, but they don't know this about you. Their model of the world, their perception of the world, the chemicals and hormones going through their body are totally different from you. Perception of reality is totally different. Like, there's a reason that we're called the opposite sex, because we're literally opposite creatures. Men don't think anything like women. Women don't think or feel anything like men. And yet we both make the mistake of assuming that, our partner is just the opposite sex version of ourselves. Men think that women are just dudes with a vagina, and women think that men are just hairy women. That's what most people think unconsciously. So the Two of Wands for you, Alicia, is about you figuring out what you need and being able to communicate it to him so he knows what you need. The Eight of Cups is about withdrawing. And so when, you know, I feel like you might be the person that takes space, or you might avoid, or whenever you get triggered, you back away. You know, you're out of the three responses, fight, flight, or freeze, you're a flight person. Like, I want to get away from, I want to escape the negativity and the bad feelings. So you withdraw here. And so instead of withdrawing, you need to learn to regulate, because the strength energy applies to both of you. You on your part, you need to learn to regulate. And if you need to take a step away, then just communicate it to him so he doesn't feel like you're leaving, you're abandoning. And then you just let him know when you're going to come back and say, hey, I'm feeling kind of upset and triggered right now. I need to take some space, calm down, get back to normal here. And then I'm going to come back and, reconnect with you. But that desire has to come back. It can't be like I walk away and hope that he comes chasing after me because I want proof that he cares about me and loves me, so he's going to come running after me, because that's the unhealthy pattern. That's what a lot of people do that are avoidant. It's like, oh, you hurt my feelings, or I don't feel connected. You did something to me, so I'm going to walk away from you. I'm going to remove myself in some way, and I'm going to wait for you to prove to me that you care about me by coming after me. And that's not healthy. And I'm not saying you do this, but I'm just telling you what the energy is that I feel. Now you have the Queen of Cups card here upright. So this is about staying emotionally connected. Up here, it's in reverse. It's emotionally disconnected, and that's also part of the Eight of Wands. So I feel for you, part of the challenge that you're being asked to confront is staying emotionally connected to him even when it's hard, or at least taking time, stepping away, regulating yourself, and then coming back into the energy of, repairing the connection and not making him feel like you're abandoning him, or you're pulling, love or emotion off the table, or that you're closing yourself down emotionally. Like, and I know that's hard. It's easier said than done. All of this is easier said than done, but it's staying emotionally open to him. The Ten of Pentacles down here is about commitment. Now, I don't know where you stand with commitment, but in the challenge position, because I'm really talking about challenges here, is, with the withdrawing thing, with the Eight of Cups here, it's about like say what you mean what you say. Like, if you want this Ten of Pentacles, if you see a life with this person, you build a life with this person, then you have to participate in that. And you can't, because what's going to happen if you end up with this guy, like, you can't, if you're married to somebody or in a serious relationship, like, you can't just leave, you can't just shut down, you just can't walk away, you can't emotionally disconnect. Like, if you want the forever life, you have to do the things in the relationship that create the forever life, basically here. So this card is really a lot about commitment, and commitment might be very scary, in some degree or some capacity, especially when you feel uncertain. Now, when you're not feeling uncertain, you may not have a problem with feeling commitment. But if you question the relationship when things start to get hairy or difficult, and I've been guilty of this. If I tell on myself, I've done this before, where something pisses me off or triggers me, and then my brain goes, well, I guess this is not the person. It's like, whoa, hold on. We don't have to go from one extreme to the other. Doesn't mean that they're not the person. Doesn't mean that I picked the wrong person just because, we're having a fight, but my brain would go there sometimes. And then the Seven of Cups is confusion and mixed emotions. And so, when you have mixed emotions and you're not sure and you're feeling confused with the Seven of Cups, like, you have to go back to the Strength card. It's like, okay, it can be difficult to feel certain and grounded when, you know, you feel confused or you're not sure about something, or you just, you know, you're a woman, like your emotions are all over the place. Like, it happens, and I'm not saying that to be derogatory. I'm just saying that women's emotions change. You have a cycle, right? And then as you get older, then there's perimenopause and then premenopause and then menopause. And then it's all, it's like you're dealing with hormones your whole life just because you're a woman. And so whenever you're feeling shifts and changes, even if he hasn't done something, just become more aware of your feelings and your emotions so that you know what's going on inside of you, and you can differentiate, like, okay, just because I'm emotional and just because I'm sensitive, doesn't mean that I'm doing something wrong, doesn't mean that he's doing something wrong. But doesn't I become more aware of my own sensitivities and my own emotions, I can know what I need for myself and what I need to do for myself to stay grounded. So I don't, I'm not bringing unnecessary issues into the relationship, nor am I making him responsible for things that he may unintentionally do when I'm being sensitive. And every man's going to do it. If they spend enough time with a woman, you're going to be feeling a certain kind of way, and you're going to be irritable, and he's going to just be being himself, and he's going to fucking piss you off. And even though he didn't necessarily do anything to piss you off, but it's just he's breathing, and you just don't like the way that the sound of him breathing. And even though you don't, 90% of the time, you don't notice him breathing ever, for whatever reason, it's that time of the month and you hear him fucking breathing, and for some reason it pisses you off. It's like, you're breathing and I don't like you breathing and it's pissing me off. It's like, okay, I'm breathing. I have to breathe to live. It's like, yeah, but right now I don't want you to breathe because it's pissing me off. It's like that kind of stuff. And it's not your fault. It's not his fault. But you become aware of it, and then you learn to manage it, because that's what the Strength card is, learning to manage yourself. Now let's go to his side. What does he need to do? Well, the Ace of Pentacles here for him is he needs to learn to be more grounded and consistent. And I think this is also about him learning how to provide a sense of security for you. That doesn't have to just be money, but it could just be, for me, really, it's more about giving you more reassurance. That's how I would say this card. Ace of Pentacles is he needs to learn how to reassure you more often, to make you feel secure, make you feel grounded, and just to remind you, hey, it's okay, it's all good. Like if we're having a moment, we're going to get through this. I still love you, even if we're not getting along right now. Like, it's going to be okay. So Ace of Pentacles is definitely about reassurance. Justice is he needs to not be Mr. I'm right all the time. So this is about him needing to watch his ego and his pride, about him feeling like his truth is the only truth. But it's also him needing to understand consequence, because that's also justice. Justice is fairness and consequence. There's a cause and effect for things. And so he can't expect to do things and not expect a result. So if he says certain things or he does certain things, he needs to own that and go, well, if you say certain things or you act a certain way, there's going to be a cause and effect for that. And he also needs to be fair about things. So if there's any type of issue in your relationship where you feel it's not fair, because, whatever it could be, or he's not taking accountability for certain things, or you feel like he's right, he has to be right all the time, those energies could be attached to justice. Now, ironically, he has the Strength card attached to him, which is attached to both of you. So he gets a double dose. So he really needs to learn how to calm down. He needs to learn how to control his anger or his frustration is what this is saying. And he probably needs to learn how to do a better job of handling your emotional sensitivity. And that's not easy. It's a skill for any man. We have the Five of Cups here. This is him getting into a woe is me attitude. So when something happens, he probably goes into a woe is me. He probably just focuses on the negative. That's really what, if you just focus on the negative, then there's only going to be negative. And then you have the Devil card here, which is about he's either got some trauma that's affecting him. He could have some type of addictions, or he could just be controlling in some capacity, especially with justice there. Three of Pentacles, he needs to be more collaborative. He needs to be more open to conversations and communicating with you, actually hearing you, like listening, like having a conversation, and potentially even being open to, outside assistance. Like, so if you're like, hey, I think maybe we should get coaching or counseling, or or even just, I bought a relationship book. Would you read it with me? Or let's watch this relationship course or YouTube videos about making the relationship better. It's really him needing to be open to outside sources or outside resources that would help improve the relationship. Ten of Wands, this is him, probably focused on other things in his life, responsibilities or burdens and things that he might be biting off more than he can chew. Yeah, I did just see, if my microphone cut out a second ago, I just saw that my software lost connection for a minute, then it reconnected. So if you heard me cut out for a second, I think it disconnected and then reconnected. But thank you for letting me know. And then lastly, Alicia, at the bottom of the deck, he needs to learn how to calm himself with the Six of Swords. So this is about getting out of the chaotic mind and trying to get into peace and calm as quickly as possible. So I know that was a lot. No, Jenna, you are not crazy. It is not you. It was me, my computer. It starts to melt down about 3 in the morning. I don't know what my time is here. About 5 hours in, almost 5.5 hours in. I didn't think I was gonna go this long tonight, but I'm glad I did. I'll be tired as fuck tomorrow, but it's all right. All right. So who else is here? Noah, Noah Sam, 81. Yeah, I'm in the Eastern time zone. Shelly Adams, is Shelly Adams here? I know Jenna is here. Who all is actually here? Who is actually here? If you are still here, let me know in the chat. Okay, Shelly is here. I have been with Jay off and on for a long time. Is there a future for us, and is he currently seeing someone else quietly? Let's find out. Now, I could be wrong, but intuitively I'm getting a no that he's not seeing somebody, but I could be wrong. We'll let the cards answer. But intuitively I'm feeling no, he's not seeing somebody else right now. Let's find out. Is there a future for you and Jay? Ooh, well, we got the Devil. We got the Devil card. We got the Ace of Swords. All right. We got the Devils and the Lovers. Okay. And we have Strength. So you guys definitely have some type of can't live with, you can't live without your relationship here. You definitely have a strong bond. And a lot, holy shit. And you got a lot of majors. Every card's a major except for the Ace. And you got the Empress at the bottom. And the Ten of Swords underneath that. But then the Ace of Cups. So I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say yes, but there is a potential for you and him because there's obviously a strong connection. You guys, I understand the on again, off again relationship because of the Devils and the Lovers. Now the problem is obviously the Devil, because the Devil is the toxic side of your relationship. So this is the problem. Now, what you need to know, there's something here that needs to be, there's a truth that needs to be seen. Like basically the Ace of Swords is saying there's something about this relationship that you both need to see it for what it really is, and you're not currently seeing it for what it really is. More so you, because you're the one who's getting the reading, but I would also assume him as well to that. But the Ace of Swords is here saying, hey, you know, there's some things here, there's some truths here that you're not wanting to look at with this Devil card here. And Justice is on the other side too, which is also truth, but in a different type of energy. So, but a very strong connection with the Devils and the Lovers, and in between you is the truth. What you would want to do ideally is to get rid of the Devil and then keep the rest of them except for the Ten of Swords. The Ten of Swords is obviously and the Ace of Cups is the on again, off again energy as well. It's you guys keep hurting each other, or whatever's happening in your relationship, and I don't know what that is, but you would, whatever this is that you keep doing to each other and hurting each other, but there's still emotion here. But the Ace of Cups is also showing you, as is the Ten of Swords, that the cycle has the potential to keep repeating. So the Ace of Cups is saying, yes, there's opportunity for you guys to start over again, start the whole cycle over again. And you're drawn to each other like moth to flame, very passionate. I mean, the Devil's not just the bad side. It's also the desire, the intoxication, the mind-blowing sex, or whatever the addiction that you have to each other, so to speak. And in a healthy relationship, that can actually be a good thing. But here, it's not talking about the healthiness of it. But then you have the Lovers, which is kind of like a soulmate energy. So it's like your souls keep coming back together because you're not learning the lesson. And if you guys could actually learn the lesson, then you could actually overcome it. Then you could actually, experience the soul contract that your souls are meant to have together. When I say meant, I don't mean like, like you choose the contract. Even if you choose the contract before you come into this life, depending on what you believe, you still have free will while you're in the life. So your free will is still taking in to account here. And the Lover's card is the card of choice, which is the card of free will. And you make a free will choice according to, what you believe to be in your highest good. That's one side of the energy. The other side of the energy is you should be making choices that are in alignment with what's in your divine good, which is your true highest good, not your subjective highest good, which is just like, oh, well, yeah, I think that guy over there that's super toxic's in my highest good. And so it's like, that's subjective. And I'm not calling him super toxic. I'm just giving an example. A lot of people do that. They chase things that they think are good for them that are actually not good for them. And that would be sort of a representation of them using the Lover's energy, at least their free will choice, that part of the energy. But what you're trying to do here what your souls are trying to do is actually try to cultivate and have the relationship that it's meant to have in its pure form. But with the devil energy here, it's like there's a lesson here that you guys aren't learning because of this Ace of Swords, because Ace of Swords is the truth that needs to be, like, it's the thing that you need to realize in order for this to all work out. And then you have the Strength card here. So we have Capricorn, we have Gemini, we have Leo, we have Libra, and we have Taurus with the Empress here, just if that matters to you. But the Strength card here, it's interesting. This is a really interesting energy for me, because it really has a lot to do with, there's just some part of you guys that despite the fact that you guys keep going through these cycles, you still have this courage to kind of come back where a lot of people just wouldn't. And so there's a type of spiritual courage here, where, or maybe not, maybe courage is the wrong word, understanding. There's some type of spiritual understanding that maybe you receive when you're apart, like you're reflecting. It's almost like you realize after the fact, like, oh man, the more time that I've spent away from this person and I think about what happened, the more I kind of see my part in it, the more I realize that maybe I could have done this different. It's like you start having realizations after the fact. And so I feel there's that type of after the fact understanding that you get with this, is what's being, that's the energy attached to the Strength card. Now Justice is here saying that there's consequence. And so Justice is basically is saying, hey, you reap what you sow. It's like if you keep coming back, you do the same thing, you're going to get the same thing. It's just saying, like, it's the realization of, like, you've been through this pattern with this person before, so it's not new to you. It's not new to you to have this experience with him, and it's not new to him to have this experience with you. And so the definition of insanity is doing the same thing again and again and expecting a different result. That's what Justice is saying here. And Justice is inviting you to learn from the consequences of your mistake and say, okay, well, what is it that we need to do different? And Lady Justice, now in this particular deck, she doesn't have the Sword of Truth in her hand, but in the traditional tarot, or the more traditional tarot artwork, she does have the Ace of Swords in her hand, along with the scales, because justice stands for truth and balance, the scales of karma. So you have the Empress here. The Empress is just about Venus energy, which is about pleasure. It's about nurturing. It's about caring. So this is just basically saying that you, at least you, I think him too, there's this loving, nurturing, caring energy, but you also, you guys both have a lot of pleasurable experience with each other. I don't say this lightly, and I certainly don't predict this very often, but with the Ace of Cups here, I mean, in the Devil, and I don't know if it's even possible for you, but I'm just going to tell it to you anyways. There's a possibility for you guys to have kids together. And I don't know if you have any together with this person or not, but if you don't have kids with this person, just know that with the Lover's card here and the Ace of Cups and some other things here, you might, your soul contract could potentially include a child with him. I don't, maybe one other time ever on my channel have I ever done birth predictions like that, or that they've come to me like that, I should say. So let's check, let me verify about the question, is he seeing another, if he's interested in another person? Intuitively, I felt no. But let's see, is he seeing someone else? Is he interested in someone else? Is he entertaining someone else? We have the Five of Cups, we have the Tower. So he's feeling some type of loss or regret right now. Something blew up, probably your relationship. If not, something unexpected in his life has blown up. with the Tower there. And we have the Queen of Cups here. Now, I don't know if that's you or somebody else. Queen of Cups, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces, but you don't have to be a Cancer, Scorpio, or Pisces to be the Queen of Cups. I swear to God, I'm going to throw my camera out the window. Now, we do have the Seven of Swords at the bottom of the deck, and we do have a Queen of Swords, Libra, Gemini, Aquarius, and we have a Seven of Cups there. So it's possible that he's explored some options, or he's entertained, or he's thought about it, or, you know, maybe he's thought about it, because the Seven of Swords and the Seven of Cups is definitely like, and we got the two queens here, so it's very, very, very possible that he has he's entertained something. But with the Death card here and the Tower here and the Five of Cups here, there's nothing here that's indicating that he's actively involved. But I'll double triple dipple check by asking if he's actively involved with either. And I don't know which your zodiac sign is, so I don't know if you're one of these. I assume you're one of these, but maybe you're not. Is he actively involved with one of these females besides Three of Swords, Nine of Cups, and the Star in reverse? And the Knight of Swords. Underneath the Devil. Underneath that, the Emperor and the Four of Swords. I'm going to say it's 50. I'm going to say a 50% chance. 50% chance that he could be, but it's not. If he is, it's escapism, it's indulgence, it's not serious, because he's hurting. The Five of Cups is here. His feelings are hurt right now. The Three of Swords is here. He's in pain. The Nine of Cups is an indulgence energy because it's tied to the Devil. The Devil is just, mindless, toxic, carnal shit. And then the Star in reverse is basically he's kind of lost hope. He's not in a good place right now. Especially with that Tower, and the Star comes after the Tower, but being that it's in reverse, he's not handling something very well right now. So if you recently broke up with him, and and that's subjective, I don't know, recently could be, I don't depend, that's subjective. Recent could be 3 months, could be 6 months, could be a year, I don't know. But if there was something that was recent between you and him, he hasn't gotten over it. But what I can tell you, because we have the Death card up here, so we have an ending, we have the Ten of Swords, which is an ending, we have the Five of Cups, which is tied to a loss after an ending, we have the Three of Swords, which is the pain that's existing as a result of the loss, which is a result of these endings. And basically he's trying to medicate himself, which is the Nine of Cups. The Nine of Cups is him trying to medicate himself and escape the pain. Now, the Devil can also be him, drinking, doing other things to escape the pain as well, to know himself. So I don't know, but um 50-50 chance, but I don't see anything serious. So if you ask me, is he seriously invested? So like, let's say he is. Let's say these other two, these two queens over here are not you, and they're, you know, two other women or something. It's not serious. He's not serious about those women. Uh, you know, uh, it's not the connection that he has with you. You have the lovers, the devil, and the ace of cups. He doesn't have that here. So, you know, this is basically probably um, what's the word I would use? It's like ego reinforcement. It's like whenever you go through a breakup, or it's like he's trying to salvage his sense of self-worth and ego. And I know what that's like, and I'm not proud to admit it, but I've done it myself in the past. Before I worked on myself, you know I would get out of one relationship and go find somebody else, because then it made me feel like I wasn't failing, or that I wasn't good enough, you know or it was just a way to escape through pride and ego. It's like, oh, okay, well, I had this girl. It's like, well, I'll just get somebody better, you know. Um, and if it's not that intentionally egotistical, it could just be a distraction. It's like, oh, I'm just going to go out and party and hang out with whatever girl will give me a time of day, and I can just have a superficial connection and distract myself with superficial pleasure. Because that would be the nine of cups and the devil at the bottom of the deck too. So, anyways, long story short, with your situation, he's got feelings for you, deep feelings for you, but is he seeing somebody else? 50-50 chance, but if he is, it's superficial. There's nothing here serious, and it's bad for them because the seven of swords is there. So he's being, whatever he's doing, he's not doing it honestly. So if he is seeing a woman, he's being dishonest with them, and he's being dishonest with himself. So um, I hope that answers your question. Oh, one quick thing. I'll do one more quick thing for you. I'm going to pull a card on this Ace of Swords, because this was the thing that was really the answer, the thing that you were really needing to know. But I'm not going to use a tarot card to do it. I'm going to use the Surrender deck, because that's what I'm feeling led to do. So that's what we gonna do. All right. Why is the Ace of Swords here? The Moon and the Seven of Swords. Okay, well, there you go. And the Nine of Wands at the bottom of the deck. So there's been dishonesty. Straight up. The Moon is about things that are hidden. The Seven of Swords is about lies, deception, deceit, avoidance, dishonesty, or just keeping things to oneself, or just not speaking up, telling the truth, or revealing, those types of things. So the main hurdle and the main challenge in your guys' relationship, the thing that was really, uh, one of the major pigeonholes for you guys was dishonesty and trust issues with the Seven of Swords, and not being truthful with yourselves and with each other about certain things, and concealment with the Moon. And then you have the Nine of Wands, which has to do with pain, the wounded warrior, things that you were doing to each other that you were not expressing to each other and not changing, which is why I said the Justice card down there was doing the same thing and expecting different results, the definition of insanity. And so the thing that, what's the last message here? Yeah. Surrender beliefs about yourself, and surrender comparisons with other people. So you guys had a mixture of these two somewhere in your relationship. So this card says, let go of limiting ideas about yourself that originate from the past. Then you can own your power and soar in your life. This card says, keep your eyes trained on yourself, focus on your own strengths, attractiveness, and power. And so this is really a card about self-worth. And this card is about obviously comparing yourselves to each other, comparing yourselves to your past, and comparing yourselves to your sense of self-worth here, which is all tied to that Nine of Wands, which is the pain that you both have accumulated from the past and the pain you accumulated as a result of being with each other. And so that brings in the trauma bond aspect of the devil energy that was on the table before, because you guys definitely had some trauma bond energy in your relationship. And I'm not saying that as like in terms of derogatory. It's just, I've been there, you know, and until we overcome our trauma, it feels familiar. And usually it's very deceptive, and it's very hard to see when you're in it. But when you get outside of it, then you're like, oh, okay, I can see. Like, yeah, there's some. That's my trauma. That's their trauma. So, anyways, I hope that makes sense for you. Jenna, you are here. You have waited so long, my friend. What should I know about my relationship with Zach over the next few months, including our potential Paris trip this December, January, planning to move in together in August of 27. You're a Virgo, he's a Gemini. Interesting. I'm a Virgo and my girlfriend's a Gemini. What's your birthday, Jenna? Are you September Virgo? You're welcome, Shelly. I hope that made some sense to you, Shelly. Hope something was helpful for you. Don't be nervous. Nothing to be nervous about. What's your birthday? What day? I feel you're September Virgo. Yeah, I figured you were September. I'm September 7th. September the 7th. Coming up quick. I'm going to be the big 45, an old fart. A gray-headed old fart. All right, let's see. What do I want to start here? Okay. Including potential Paris trip. All right, so let's look at the overall here. What you need to know. Yeah, turn into big 28. She's a June Gemini. She's June 5th. June 5. All right. for Jenna and her boyfriend. Ooh. Now that's a good card to come out first. I like that. Okay. Success. Zodiac. Cycles. I mean, this is so far, I mean, this is this is good. All good stuff. At the bottom of the deck, we have the past. And then we have your intuition here. All right. Oh, here we go. And I'm going to do this. Show me the past. What was the past here? All right, well, there's the King of Pentacles. Oh, Queen of Pentacles. Can't make that up. Page of Wands, and then we have Queen of Swords. All right, I'm not going to lie. There's something here. This past card is there's a whole storyline. I mean, and it's like at 3:30 in the morning. It's like we'd have to get into some like Love Island. We have to like it would be like a this would be a whole sitcom. Like it'd be a whole sitcom thing we got going on down here because we got a dude and two women, and we got some passion and desire, and then we got some change, some destiny, and then we got all kind of stuff going on down here. Something about I'll just sum it up for you and say that there's something here, and it could be tied to him because there's two chicks here, and then there's the male figure in the middle. So obviously, I mean, and it's obviously something that you need to be aware of because if it's attached to him, it'd be attached to you in a relationship. But it's not necessarily bad. But there's something about the past. I feel like something perhaps in his history, potentially history of him dating. And if it's not that, it could be something with his parents. Maybe a divorce? Are his parents divorced? Did his parents go through a divorce? That could be what it is. Hmm. It's hard to pick up on because it's a lot. There's a whole story here, and usually when I don't pick up details, it's because it's like the divine's way of saying it's not important to know. It's not important for me to be a psychic and go, okay, I'm going to tell you all about your past. It's like that's not important. What's important is to have enough information, just enough information, to be able to give you the message about why it showed up in the reading, because it's something that you need to know about. So, okay, I just see in the chat you said his parents got a divorce. So that's what I think that this is. I wasn't at first. I wasn't sure because I was like, okay, you know, at the first glance, I wasn't sure if it was maybe a past relationship. But then I was looking, and I was like, that this is his parents. Did his dad get remarried? Do you know if his dad got remarried by chance? Because whoever this Queen of Swords is probably somebody that's divorced, perhaps maybe still single, or maybe I don't know. Maybe I don't know if it's both of his parents. Maybe both of his parents. And look at the bottom, we get the heartbreak here. As I was shuffling this, um, so I mean, the energy that I'm getting here is that yeah, that his dad has got somebody else, and that the King of Queen of Pentacles together is serious. We got this Queen of Swords who seems out here isolated by herself. Obviously, we have Justice here that's talking about the divorce. Um, this could be him or somebody else's kid. Maybe I don't know. The page of wands here, the Ace of Wands, and we have this change here. Um, anyways, okay, so she's bipolar disorder. He has to take care of her. He lives with her mom. Okay, so that makes sense to him. All right. So thank you for clarifying that for me. So what this makes sense now, and I appreciate you sharing that, by the way, because a lot of people they come out here to tarot land and they think that I'm a psychic and I'm supposed to just know all of this. It's like, well, you're the one that's the psychic and got the tarot cards, or you're supposed to be able to tell me. Well, it's like, no, I'm not psychic, and no, I don't. Like I can't just tell everybody their own life story. So it's very helpful, and I deeply appreciate when people actually give me information, not because I want them to feed me information, but just like if I'm giving me feedback of the things that I'm saying, it helps me understand more clearly what the message needs to be, so that I can actually give you the message that you need. Especially when the energy is so uh, it's so dense. It's a lot. It's because it's like I'm getting like pieces and chunks of different things, but it's like the whole timeline. So there's a whole story here. Um, and so, but what you need to know about all of this, the reason this is here is because he's been affected by his parents' divorce, and that could potentially be a challenge in the future when it comes to if you and him, you know, start moving towards divorce or commitment yourself. If he acts like he pumps the brakes, or he acts like things are uncertain, or anything at all within him that creates unnecessary challenges because of what he went through as a result of this, just have um, just have that awareness and understanding, because that gives you a head start and gives you a leg up, because you're like, hey, I knew that this could happen. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it's just there, kind of like the divine saying, hey, this might come up at some point in your relationship. He may unconsciously start reacting to his relationship with you, because the part of him that got hurt by his parents' divorce made him not believe that relationships could be trusted or taken seriously, or just made him very skeptical or very skittish or very afraid to commit too much. So just keep that in mind. But I knew that that was there for a reason, and so I wanted to make sure that I clarified it. Everything else, though, is actually really good. So you have destiny here, and you have the Wheel of Fortune here. So you and him have a fated connection. So you guys were meant to be in each other's lives. You have leadership here. There's something that you guys have, a spiritual purpose that you're meant to have, which I believe you can discover with each other and figure out what that is. Overall, you have the success card, which is the divine saying, hey, you guys can make this work. Now, the zodiac is interesting. The zodiac card is saying that there's a lot about each other that you can learn by studying each other's charts. There's a lot here that will be revealed to you about yourselves, about each other. And then when you look at each other's charts in depth, you can kind of, you'll get clues about what it is what the purpose of your relationship is, because you guys really are meant to do something together. Not just be in a relationship and boyfriend, girlfriend, get married, have kids, and just, cookie cutter life. And they're not saying that you can't do those things too, but there's something else that you're meant to do on top of all of that, if you choose, because of course you have free will. And the Sixth Sense card over here is about trusting yourself. And so as you stay connected to your spirituality, you need to just keep practicing trusting your intuition and learning how to trust yourself, and staying connected to your own spirituality, and not getting lost in him or the relationship or losing yourself. Because it's easy to do, and we're all guilty of it. Like it's real easy to just get wrapped up in life and the next fun, exciting thing, and you're young, and it's like, so just remember to not lose yourself in the good times, the things that you're doing in life here. All right, so let me pull a few other cards now. That was just your overall. So what about your relationship here? You said his birthday is the 2nd. That's highly sensitive energy. 2 energy in numerology is very sensitive. I have two 2s in my chart. He's probably highly sensitive, even if he doesn't show himself. He's probably he could be a highly sensitive person. Probably is. You have a few other cards of advice here. Rejection is here. This is like, I believe, he might have rejection sensitivity, or be extra sensitive towards things that he perceives as rejection. Now, this is also talking about, as you guys get more bonded with each other, especially if you move in with each other, just know ahead of time what you need to do to prepare for when you both feel a sense of rejection. Because conflict is not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. In any relationship, you're going to experience conflict. It's what you do when the conflict occurs that determines the ultimate health and fate of the relationship. Forgiveness is going to be big, and so it's about really just learning, being very, very quick to forgive each other when things happen. You have the soul connection card here, which is again about destiny here and about leadership. So it's basically saying, this is a fated connection that you have. So it's more of a confirmation energy. Before I forget, I will just show you this, and I'm certainly not bringing this up for you to toot my own horn, but I got married the first time very young. I was 21 when I met my ex-wife. My OCD is kicking in, and I didn't know shit. she was 19 and I was 21. I got married. I was married for 10 years. Unfortunately, she left me for my best friend of 17 years. Um, but that's not all her fault because I was responsible for things in my relationship. But my point is, if you go into the link in the description box, I have links to my books. This is my relationship book, and it's on Amazon. And this book basically has everything that I wish I had known before I got married, or even just being in a serious relationship. So, um, you know, if I could just, go out and just, if I was, if I had millions of dollars, I just go out and I give these books away to as many people as I could for free, um, just to help people. Again, it's nothing to do about me writing it or wanting money from it. I just genuinely want people to succeed in their relationships. And I've been passionate and obsessed with that before I started doing this. Actually, before I got into spirituality and all this tarot shit, and my life kind of went in a direction that I wasn't expecting by doing all of this. I was doing relationship coaching, and I was very passionate about it, and I still am. Just integrated the relationship stuff into the spiritual stuff that I do now. But there's tons of stuff in the book that would help you with just about anything you can imagine. But I just wanted to mention that. What's the next thing? You asked about the Paris trip real quick. I want to do that for you real quick. I'll just use this deck. All right. How's your trip going to be? How's their trip going to be coming up? All right, so you get a 3 of Pentacles. That's good. So your trip to Paris, you guys just might need to like plan, collaborate, and just because the threes is really about figuring things out and planning together. The 6 of Wands is awesome. 6 of Wands is like, again, success energy. Queen of Wands, a lot of excitement. A lot of fun and excitement, passion, energy here. It's also playfulness energy as well. And at the bottom of the deck, you have the Knight of Cups. So a lot of romance. On the other side, we have this Tower. So there's a surprise energy here. So I feel like you could be surprised. You could get surprised by something. So, I don't know what it is. And I'm not trying to plant seeds. I'm not trying to but your trip in Paris, that should be good. I mean, basically everything you got right now is good is good shit. So let me get you this one other card, because there's always something we can be working on. So for you, no, not a bad surprise, just a surprise. But it might be one of those birth control surprises. I don't know. You can be on your birth control. I ain't trying to get all, I ain't trying to get all on your personal stuff, but you just, if you good, because you good like that, then cool. But when you start bringing fire and you start bringing that passion and you start bringing that love energy together, and you in Paris, this, the most romantic city in the world. Okay. So here are the 2 cards that you have here to surrender. So you have surrender to trust and surrender fear of intimacy. Now, obviously, this is for sure for him. And this is what I was talking about, tied to all that stuff I was saying earlier. So he's probably going to be the one, because of what he experienced with his parents' divorce. This is most likely going to be tied to him. The trust could probably apply to both of you. But the card says, you are ready to let love in, compassionately identify and begin to release any patterns that stop you from opening your heart. So this is, again, just about him, being aware of his sensitivity, any fears of rejection, anything that he's gone through that might be unconsciously lurking in his past. Surrender to trust. Trust yourself and your decisions. Don't be swayed by other people's strong opinions about what to do. Take action and be confident that you have chosen the right path. And this is just everything that I said to you over here with the Sixth Sense card, which earlier when I said trusting yourself and not losing yourself. So this is really divine speaking to you, because I really feel like you have a strong sense of intuition, but it can backfire on you. You start doubting yourself, you start not listening to your intuition, you start not trusting yourself, then you can kind of spiral in a way. Good. I'm glad our energy is good, though. To be honest, we are really good relationship wise. But yeah, him going to therapy weekly, or his parents' divorce generally affected him. He tells me all the time. Okay, so he's in therapy. Okay, gotcha. Of course, there's going to be nighttime gymnastics. He also has ADHD, so it's just him working on himself in general. He's also been on medication for ADHD since he was 5 years old. It's controlled. Well, my girlfriend, she's got ADHD, and I'm pretty sure she's autistic too. Like, but that's my kind of weird. I ain't into that normal shit. Not that I had some shit. Anyway, Jenny, your reading is, I mean, pretty amazing. You're in a really good phase right now, and we all go through the seasons of life. We all go through the highs and we go through the lows, and you're just in a really good place right now, in your relationship. And there's a lot of potential that you guys have together. And so, I mean, I'd take that reading all day long. Yeah, well, we're ruled by the same planet, right? Ruled by Mercury. So Virgos and Geminis have a lot of things in common. Yeah, please do keep me updated. My email should be in the description box. You can email me anytime. Also, you can join the community. I have a free community coming up here in September. I'm going to be launching a whole other community. It's absolutely completely free to join it. The link for that is in the description box as well. There's not, if you go and you click on it, I'll accept you and you'll be in. You're not going to see anything right now if you go there, because I haven't officially launched it, and I haven't done anything yet. But I'm going to be getting on. I'm going to be talking about it coming up here in September, when I officially. I'm getting really close right now to. I'm getting really close right now to having everything ready to go. to kind of launch, if you will. I guess that's what the kids are calling it these days. But I'd love to have you there. That's a way to keep in touch. All right, so let's see. Happy birthday to you, my friend. And Jean, you can always ask me a yes or no question. And then I will do one reading for Raymond Torres. Raymond, if you're still here, you said your ex is having health issues. Can you give me any insights? Hold on, let me put these back. I'll do a quick reading for you, Raymond, if you're still here. Then I got to go to sleep. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, and I got to be up in like 2 hours. All right. Raymond Torres' ex, health problems. Yes, 9 of Wands. Your ex is having some problems. The 9 of Wands is the wounded warrior. So something, they've gone through something. 4 of Cups, not the best energy, not the worst though either. Probably just feeling down on themselves right now, not feeling kind of down, not doing a lot right now in their life, feeling a little bit down emotionally, probably staying put, probably not getting out. Have a good night, Jenna. Just not feeling great emotionally, mostly right now. They've been spending a lot of time alone with the Hermit, and they have a lot of anxiety they're dealing with right now with the 9 of Swords. And they're very withdrawn right now. They're very unhappy. They're very unfulfilled because of whatever they've gone through. There they are with the Queen of Cups. Things will, yes, depression with the 9 of Swords could definitely be it. But I think there's some soul searching here though too, because the Hermit is about soul searching. It's like trying to figure out like themselves and contemplating life and all that stuff. And then underneath the Hermit, we have the Sun, which is illumination and the happiest card. You know, as they say, it's the most positive card in the deck. And then underneath that, we have the Hierophant, which could be working with somebody, getting advice, getting mentorship, getting, you know, therapy or healing or something. And then the Magician is stepping into their power here. And then you have, underneath that, you have the Empress, which is really good energy. So, you know, coming back to themselves here. So right now they're in the weeds. But basically what I see here is a progression of them getting better. It's probably not going to be overnight, obviously, but the further down I go in the deck, things start to improve, things get better. But right now, they are recovering from something that they've gone through. Anxiety, depression, turmoil, a lot of mental stuff, not being able to eat, not being able to sleep, feeling emotionally down, emotionally withdrawn, or, you know, disconnected, or they could just feel, you know, they might be trying to figure out, like they're playing the game like, well, why did this happen, or why, you know, what do I need to do? They're just feeling emotionally exhausted. All those are possibilities here. So that could be. If you're the excuse me. Let me ask, why is the 9 of Swords here? What is she upset about with the 9 of Swords? She feels like something was kept secret. or something was unknown to her with the high priestess here, or she didn't trust herself about something. Stability, consistency, routine here with the Knight of Pentacles. I don't know if you're an Earth sign, Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn. It could be a person, or it could be a state of being. And then there's an investment here, the Seven of Pentacles. So something that was valuable. That's what the Seven of Pentacles is representing here. At the bottom of the deck, we have the Queen of Cups twice, so that's her energy. Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces, potentially. So now she's showing up twice in her own reading. And then the Wheel of Fortune, which was some type of change, a major change. Yeah, Six of Swords underneath that. Transitioning or moving on. Underneath that, the Four of Wands could have been, a serious commitment. Could have been living together, or just a serious commitment. And then the Chariot could be travel. And these are just more like the surface level, like energies. Travel, distance, moving. And then underneath all of that, we have the King of Wands, which is Leo, Sagittarius, Aries. But that doesn't mean it has to be that. But let's see so that was the Nine of Swords. Let's see what the Eight of Cups was. So somebody's trying to act strong, like acting unfazed here with the Strength in the Eight of Cups, or it took courage to walk away from something, one or the other. There's the King of Wands again. So obviously, that could have been you. There's a lot of Leo energy, the Sun and the Strength, and the Four of Swords in reverse, and the Devil. So the Four of Swords in reverse is like basically someone that's like, I'm not laying around anymore. I'm not lounging around anymore. I'm not waiting around anymore. I've had time to think about things, but I'm getting up and I'm going. I'm taking action. Of the Devil is Capricorn energy, but it's about leaving something toxic here, because again, this is the Eight of Cups we're talking about. So this is walking away from something toxic or perceived toxic. Oh, she was your ex-fiance. Well, that's probably a big deal. And then you have the Nine of Swords again. So there's a pattern here of anxiety, maybe depression, which could also be a health issue. Maybe maybe she has something more serious and severe with the Devil and the Nine of Swords. Definitely overthinker, Eight of Swords, lots and lots and lots of mental distress and turmoil, like a lot of mental stuff. So I think you're right. I think you're correct. I think that I think she probably does feel rejected, and then the Four of Cups is there, and the Page of Cups in reverse is a refusal of an offer. So either somebody refused an apology or didn't apologize, or somebody refused because, like, here, it's a rejection thing, because the cup up here that was being offered, it's like this person's not wanting it, and it's the same cup that would have been in the hand here of this page. It's basically like, hey, somebody who kind of doesn't, who maybe is realizing they didn't see what they had when they had it, and so now they're kind of sitting in their regret. So that's very possible. But um, she's definitely doing some soul searching with the Hermit here, and I think she's going to realize some things with the Sun. Now, the Hierophant's also a card of commitment, marriage, traditions, those types of things. But it's also, I think, a card of therapy, you know, for her. So I think at some point in the future, if she's not already, like, she'll probably go to therapy. You treated her well, and she left me on my birthday, and I blocked her after. Oh well, that's fun. I mean, I can't say that I haven't had some similar things happen. I've had some roller coaster ride experiences like that before as well, and they're definitely not fun. But at the same time, you also have to know when to stop tolerating. We all get what we tolerate, and we all have to know when to say, hey, you know what, this has got to stop. We got to stop the insanity and stop the toxic patterns and cycles and all the toxic things. And so sometimes somebody just has to be the one to do the thing. So I'll ask this one other question for you. You kind of beat me to it, but I'm just curious to see if and what she might do. Okay. What action might she take, potentially, or not take? She's going to be quiet. She's going to take her time. Like right now, the Four of Swords is no contact. So she's going to respect no contact. Queen of Pentacles, she's going to focus on herself. But then you have the Page of Wands here. And the Page of Wands can be messages. So it's very possible that she might try to contact you after some time. Yep. At the bottom of the deck, we have the Ace of Wands, which is the spark coming back, the passion, the desire, or could be a booty call. You can never rule out a booty call, especially if if that's how you kiss and make up. No pun intended. Oh, look at that! And underneath the Ace of Wands, you have the Ten of Cups, which is, you're the love of my life. And under that, the Two of Wands was, hey, can we figure this out? Can we talk about it? Can we make a plan? And underneath the Two of Wands, we have the Page of Pentacles, which is, I learned some things, figured out some things while we were apart. But it's also somebody who could make just, making a small offer and gesture. So, will you hear from her? I'm gonna say I'm gonna say 70% chance that at some point in the future she'll show up on the radar again. Probably not super quick, because again, this Four of Swords is here, which is her taking a time out, honoring the no contact. Queen of Pentacles focusing on herself. But then we get to the Page of Wands. That's potentially hearing from them And then the Ace of Wands, wanting to have a new beginning. And the Ten of Cups is, I'm assuming, the realization of what wasn't there before. So that's what I would probably expect. Of course, nothing is certain, but I hope that that gives you some insight. So, Gene, yes or no? Yes or no question about Homeboy. What did you say? Appreciate the subscription, my friend. Hope that you come back. Appreciate you hanging out. What was the question exactly? If he was promiscuous. Was he promiscuous? Seven of Pentacles in reverse. The Emperor. King of Pentacles. Well, those are definitely not promiscuous energies. Bottom of the deck, we have the Magician. And we have the Nine of Swords. Ten of Wands underneath the Magician. Nine of Wands underneath the Nine of Swords. I think he's been stressed out about money. Money, Seven of Pentacles in reverse, money situation, Emperor, being in control, being in power, being a boss. King of Pentacles focused on money, finances, resources. Nine of Swords being super stressed out. Nine of Wands being burnt out, but also wounded by whatever pressure, burdens here, the Ten of Wands. And him trying to change his reality here, or knowing that he needs to change something with the Magician here. I mean, nothing promiscuous there. Now, of course, I do have this deck, which I guess I can do this here, because this deck actually has yes or no cards in it. Has he been promiscuous? Don't stop. Wait. We'll see. May or may not give us. Meditation brings answers. Can you give me a yes or no? Oh, and then we have let go. Give me one more. I don't feel it within the next few weeks. Yeah. And success at the bottom. So it's not giving, it's not saying no. It's not saying, obviously not saying yes, but I don't feel that he is. I don't feel that he's out doing. I don't know that even relationships is on his mind, if I'm honest with you, because that's not the energy or the vibe that I get from him. Do I have anything else that like looks at that? Yeah, well, I'll just put this. I know you're not a big fan, but to me, it's just like a different way of seeing if an energy wants to pop out, or if something sticks out. And creation, no. Promiscuous. Renewal. No, that's all about what he needs to do. Leadership, that's tied to the emperor. Anything else? Second chances. And the zodiac. Zodiac, shadow, self contract, chaos. There's nothing here. There's nothing here that's showing deception, deceit, fuckery, or anything. I feel pretty confident that it's a no, and I was feeling that before I even touched the cards. I was feeling that he's not being promiscuous, and I believe that. I wouldn't, I wouldn't just tell you that to blow smoke up your ass or to make you feel good about it. Like, if anything, I'm all about, like, no, let's find it. Like, let's find out if somebody is being. I'm all about finding the fucking liars, man. I feel like I could have a passion, create an entire tarot channel just about finding people that are dishonest, busting cheaters and liars using tarot cards. Anyways, well, that's it for me. I have to go to sleep now. If there's anybody out there that I didn't get to, I apologize I didn't make it to you tonight. But it's good to be here with you guys, about 6.5 hours. But it's good to see you, Gene, and hopefully moving forward in a couple of, if I get caught up here in the next couple of months, I can, not the next couple of months, hopefully sooner than that, I can start getting on more frequently and more consistently. That's my plan. But with that being said, I am off to sleep and start my very fun work day in about 2.5 hours. But if I was going to lose sleep, this is what I want to be doing. Not the only thing I want to be doing. There's other fun things you can do when you're losing sleep. But tonight, this is what I wanted to come out and do. All right. Good night, my friend. It's good to see you. I'll catch up with you all soon. Love you, and talk to you soon.